Hello, y'all. How is it going? It is Thursday, which is an unusual day for a stream such as this. I'm happy to see a bunch of y'all in chat with levels in queue, all that. Hello, Lord Bowser, Antho, Highway, Ida. I also greeted them in chat earlier. I'm forgetting one, aren't I? Moyako, hey. Those are the 5 that I saw who got levels in. Very nice. Thank you. I appreciate the hell out of it. Let me say what's going on. You might be wondering if you haven't, heard me talk about this, 12 times in the last couple of streams, but, this weekend I'm going on a little bit of a trip. So, it's like Columbus Day weekend, so not that it matters to me, I'm between jobs, but it matters to my cousin, who, I'm visiting over the weekend. She lives in Orlando, and we're doing a bunch of theme park stuff, so that'll be fun. And because of that, there is this. A schedule for next week, and also, that includes tomorrow. If you didn't know, there's no stream tomorrow. This here is the replacement of the viewer level stream that's usually on Fridays. It's instead on Thursday tonight. That's why I'm here now. That's why you're hearing me. And look, I'll be talking a bunch about that Orlando trip. Let me tell you, that is a lot of what I'm thinking about right now, understandably, as well as anime and other such things. That'll come up later. Next week, there'll be no Monday stream. The usual Monday Twilight Princess HD stream is instead moved to Thursday, which you can see. It's Thursday at the same time as it would be on Monday. And then next Friday will be viewer levels at the normal time. What happened there? I don't know what happened there. I saw that during the startup process. I saw that chain chomp get loose. Don't know what causes that. Anyway, that's pretty much all I had to say as far as upfront stuff goes. Slightly different schedule, should be good. Let me, before we get into it though, show off a little bit of this level, which is very early goings, but on Tuesday, I did a stream wherein I launched the development of the level. The stream was mostly focused, actually, on playing through a bunch of Lost Worlds from DKC2, 3, Super Mario World, and also Tropical Freeze, which ended up taking around 2 hours total. And then I did an hour of making after that, where actually a lot of ideas just started coming together really naturally. Let me show you what we got here as far as, what we're working with so far. Ignore that. So, one idea I had is I wanted to use icicles since I've only used those once. And, well, a lot of that sort of started to come together pretty easily. Check this out. Some bits where you're, running underneath icicles I think would be cool. Also, maybe some bits where you're, running over icicles. Running over icicles. Also, I got these, cool chain chomps that, will automatically, unfurl based on a spring. I don't know if that's intuitive or if there's something you can, get used to. I am playing it now. This is harder than I remember it being. There we go. These guys seem like real nuisances. Para Pokies, never used them before, but they seem like, real fuckers. I think maybe put some wigglers in there, and my, other thought is, I'm trying to use the chain chomps because I've not used pegged chain chomps at all. I've also not used, the tornado guys since the first world, which, it's been a while since, so I got some ideas. Things are there's something to this, I think. And I especially would love, I think, a transition in the first half to, running under icicles to the second half more running over icicles. and, you know, maybe writing them down in some cases. I'm not sure how exactly I'm going to, like, incentivize doing that versus, like, oh, you could just stop right here, right? How exactly would I stop you other than, like, you will get killed if you do this? But, maybe that's not gonna stop some people. The ideas are starting to come together. The name I have on paper is Pokey Pressure, which, you know, I had sort of, like, backed away from, but also I really like the name. So if I could, like, have it so that there's, like, a bunch of icicle stuff, and also, you know, you had to deal with, like, a bunch of fucking Pokies, it could still be called Pokey Pressure. And by the way, if you're wondering, I was thinking you would have, like, the feather for this. So maybe you could use that to, like, tail whip some of these guys, you know? Some of these Pokies. This is all very, 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 very early, to be clear. And mostly just right now playing around with the ideas, the theming, and, you know, how to make a very basic cloud level interesting to look at. Which, you know, I think I got some leads. Hello, Turkatron, how you doing? Thank you for the level. Without further ado, let's get into these, viewer levels. I'm going to get up the first one. Ida is up first. Ida, I think, is good for it, and also, I tend not to hold the first person to it. You know, they were here when the queue opened up. They were the first one in. They're good, either way, but go ahead and confirm if you like, Ida. I'll say how this works for those who don't know. Thank you, Ida, for confirming. If you are here when your level comes up, outside the lightning round, I give it the full time of day. Well, actually, let me rephrase that. If you are here when your level comes up, I give it the full time of day, which, outside the lightning round, means 15 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough. If you are not here, I still play the level, but I do so in sudden death, very nearly, but not quite sudden death specifically, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. A little bit of a compromise between playing more levels and, you know, prioritizing the people who are present and ready to go, you know. And of course, if I start playing your level in sudden death, you don't, if you are here, you can always chip in and say, hey, 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 and I'll change you over to the timer. Or during the lightning round, I'll change you over to whatever lives would be left. It'll make sense later, the lightning round thing, if you don't know what it is. Oh yeah, this level again, great. I think the last few times it's been during the lightning round, so, you know. So, you know, this time, for sure we got this. We got 15 minutes. That's all cool, y'all. I understand. I understand you got places to be, things to do. That, happens. Again, not usually a Thursday stream, but, you know, special cases. I might start pulling cards and talking about what's on them, by the way. You need a refresher? I think I remember. I'll say, you know, I also, in addition to, like, playing it, I also edit the VOD and, you know, sometimes pull clips from VOD. You know, going through some old VODs looking for, like, things to clip, I definitely go through them looking like, oh, crap, I remember this one. I think I remember more levels than you would expect. Like, I remember a lot of levels. Even if I'm looking at a VOD that's like 2 months old, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this one. This one was funny. This one had some funny bits. Or this one was just a good old traditional level, you know. Mostly just played through it and talked about stuff, and it was very chill. You know, I love traditional levels, but not a lot of funny stuff happens during them, it's true. That's, goes without saying, that's just part of the thing. Your levels are always memorable because they're hard? Yeah. I mean, there are traditional levels that are really memorable for being original, clever, stuff you've never seen before, but rare. Yeah, I think we just need to keep up our pace. pull back a little on that one, and then we'll be good. I think some of your new Super World level will be memorable. I mean, I'll say there's nothing wrong with being a traditional level that is like 1 of 40, you know, within a Super World, let's say. That is perfectly good. That's maybe how a lot of my levels are perceived, question mark. You know, it's just, it's just that when you have, like, hundreds of them, like, the most memorable ones are obviously going to be the ones that were just, like, nightmares or had, like, really funny deaths, you know? As far as clipping stuff up goes, like, funny deaths are, like, paramount. That's, like, that's just always something that I look at and go, like, ah, yeah, that's... Look at me go. Look at me just, like, mug at the camera for 2 seconds. That's good. That's, definitely what you want. You know, oh, I look pretty sad about this, silly death that I just had. Oh. Okay, that was really close. How about a card? First card of the night here. Rewatched My Neighbor Totoro. 5 out of 5 with a heart. The anime block, by the way, will be later on, I'll say, but I just want to start off with this one because, you know, it is an anime that a lot of people know, and, you know, one that there's a good chance that people have watched enough times where they remember it. You know, it's a classic. And been going through all the Ghibli movies recently, and yeah, got to the third one. I'm including Nausicaa, by the way, in that series, but not the Lupin the Third movie that he made. That Miyazaki made. I feel like I'm mangling the name there, but whatever. I feel like I slowed down there, but it still worked. Okay. Fuck! That platform did not fall as one. Okay, shit. That was progress. You know, if you don't know My Neighbor Totoro, it's a kind of a classic, slice of life type movie, wherein it's just a couple of girls move to the countryside, and they're running around being like, you know, little rapscallions and having imaginary adventures, kinda, question mark, with the supernatural spirits that live in the backyard, you know, nearby. And, you know, it... Oh, crap, there's one right there. I didn't see that guy. Glad that true blue platform troll worked at least once. It did work, yes, great. Anyway, I'll say going back, I was kind of surprised, like, how little Totoro is in the movie, right? Like, Totoro and the supernatural guys, they only appear, like, a handful of times, but I feel like that really heightens their, like, mysticism. You know, how mythological they feel, how, like, supernatural and odd. Every time they appear, it's just like, what the fuck? What are these guys doing? They're just weirdos. But also, it kind of, you know... Crap, I have to kill that guy. Also, it, like, has a very, like, heartfelt feel. It has both, like, you know, zany antics of kids, but also... I'll say this. The kids in My Neighbor Totoro are, like, so realistic insofar as, like, you know, they're written as kids, you know? They run around and are just, like, full of energy, having fun, etc., etc. But also, you know, you know, they're carefree for a lot of it, but also, when stuff does happen, it's so clear that they do not have the means to cope with what is going on in their world. You know? Pre-Nai, you def nerf most thing in the pre-Nai and the Super Ida Worlds 4. I don't follow Ida. What do you mean by pre-Nai? Pre-Nai doesn't make sense for me. Anyway, quite enjoyed that again. I'll definitely say it's the best of the Ghibli movies up to that point. It's clear why it became, like, a classic. It captures adolescence and in a way that is like accurate and I think like fun for kids probably, but also like, you know, is like scarily accurate for adults. As far as like what it is like to be in that headspace and to have weirdo adventures. Pre-night means dying right before the final trick, jump, whatever of the level. I've never heard that term before. Where does it come from? Night kind of sounds like it's maybe like a I don't. Is Nai a person? Nai is like a negative word in like Japanese, I think, right? Like if they say "uso janai," that means it's not a lie. In like casual speak, you know, specifically. Maybe it's also a person. Nai is dying on the final trick of the level. You don't know where it came from? Okay, I don't know where it came from either then. I'll say I've never heard the term. We're basically just at the end here. We just have to do the final jump right. I have a lot of cards tonight, so I may pull one after one more life. I'll say, obviously I have quite a substantial Orlando block and a relatively substantial anime block in here, but let's pull the next card, which is a follow-up on Chants of Sennaar, and another game I decided to pick up. I mentioned the other day that I was looking at some games for the plane over to Orlando, and decided to go ahead and pick up Chants of Sennaar. It's sort of an indie like puzzle game where you sort of have to decode a language and figure out like what the symbols mean and how they go together and how they form words, and it's kind of fun insofar as you're like looking at these symbols and, you know, with some languages in particular, at least the first one, you can intuit some things about how the symbols work. Like it turns out there's a pattern where, say, verbs are done a certain way, you know, nouns are done a certain way, locations are done a certain way, and there's like, you know, patterns you can derive from that, which is cool and really helpful. Show an image of it right now. You can see there's a bunch of symbols, and you can open up your book and it'll help you by, like, once you identify like 3 words correctly, it'll like lock them in, and, you know, you'll be able to say like, oh, that means me, that means, and what you're saying means you close the door. You can also like type in what words you think words mean, and even if you're like entirely wrong, it's pretty helpful for like puzzling it out. Anyway, play the demo of that and decide, what the hell, I'll pick it up. Seems cool. I'll say it's, you know, the comparison I've seen is sort of like Return of the Obra Dinn. I don't think it's quite as it's not quite as good as that, I think, because Obra Dinn was sort of in a very compact space, whereas this is very just like all over the place insofar as it's kind of sprawling, the world is, and can take time to just like walk around from one place to another, especially if you get stuck and don't know like where to go find a clue to, you know, figure out what the next relevant word that you need to learn is. And I've also heard there's like, I'll say like I played a good amount of it last night, basically finished the first area, insofar as I completely finished the first language, but apparently there's like 5 languages, and eventually you get challenges where you have to like translate from one to another, which sounds pretty neat. That sounds pretty neat. I'll say it's very much a game that demands your full attention. You cannot use this as a podcast game, which was a thing that I realized and thought, like, well, maybe I should get one more game. And I got to thinking about it, you know, asked around if anyone had any good ideas for that. On Discord, and eventually I landed on this one here. I ended on the Disney platformer game, Illusion Island, where you play as, like, one of the 4 main Disney characters, and it's, you know, Mickey and Mouse and his crew, and it's, adequate. I will say I played an amount of it, and, I'll say this about the Mickey Mouse game. It doesn't really have much in the way of excitement, I would say. Like, the way that it feels is like okay and all, but you kind of just, like, run from one place to the next, jumping all the way, and, you know, it's like just a lot of, like, running, and not very much in the way of precise platforming, or, like, anything that really, like, gets the blood pumping, if you know what I mean. But it's alright. It's kind of fun to, and like, involving to, like, navigate the Metroidvania-y aspect of it to get to the next place you needed to go and do the next thing, whatever, which is very okay. I would almost describe it as, like, being, so far anyway, being like Ritz crackers. I feel like that is the comparison here, where it's just like, you know, it's very plain. Could use a little bit, I don't say, like, it's slightly, maybe Ritz crackers is giving it too much credit. It's more like the other sort of wafer cracker that's not Ritz. You know, the ones that are just, like, white and salty, kind of like saltines. Are they called saltines? Those crackers that are just more just whatever. You know, I would describe this as a game where you play it and you're just like, okay, I'm just sort of running around, and that's fine, you know, and, I'm having fun. I'm having an okay time. There is a lot of this game here, and I think it'd be perfectly fine to, like, play a whole bunch of it. I needed to not lose any momentum there. Anyway, that seems fine. It seems real good as a podcast game, which is kind of why I got it. And also, you know, since I'm going to Orlando over the weekend, and we'll be spending time at Disney, at Mickey Mouse's, like, you know, famous abodes, you know? I figured, like, what is more appropriate for right here, right now, than what is more appropriate for right here, right now than Mickey fucking Mouse? Ah, that was close. Five tries left. Quite possible we can do it. Let's see. I'll say character-wise, currently, have played as Goofy, because, I don't know, it feels like he's the one that I have the closest, like, the most interest in, I guess. Goofy is, like, the only one of the characters whose appeal is, like, still very, very, like, obvious in, like, modern day, I feel like. I don't really get the idea of Mickey. Or Minnie, they just seem, like, generic to me anyway. I will say I do understand a little bit about Donald. I have read a thing or two about how Donald watched a YouTube video, etc., about how Donald Duck it was, like, extremely popular, like, around the time of World War II, because he was basically a naval marine, and, you know, represented the, ideal personality of a marine, which was very timely, you know, it was very much of the time, but you know, in a modern context, that appeal is kind of lost on, you know, modern, like, people. And something more like Daffy Duck is much more timeless, you know, I would say. Damn, that was... We were so close there. That's, 6th to last time. I've also been playing a little bit as Daffy. Daffy is also pretty good. I mean, I say, like, he doesn't, like, really that appeal to me that much, but I figure that, you know, he at least has a personality, which is better than some, and I appreciate how in that game, one of the cooler things is, like, each character has their own, like, flair to them. Next one up is Moyako. Moyako, go ahead and confirm. Let me at Moyako. Each character has their own, like, animation and stuff to them. You are up. Moyako is up. That's not you, Turkatron. Right then. I appreciate how every character has their own, like, flair to them, which is a good touch. Other than that, though, I would say, like, personality-wise, the game is quite flat, but whatever. I'm interested in seeing, like, how many abilities are stacked up on it, and getting, like, different animations for each one. Seems cool. I wish there was a way to switch characters, like, in the middle without quitting out. You can't? I'm just saying. He gave the impression that it's cool, Turkatron. I'm just saying. You know. You can choose any level. Fantastic. Last time, I believe we were out of levels from you, Moyako. If you've made one, that would be that. But if you want me to do another fella's level, that is also an option. I mean, I haven't finished some of the levels, so, you know, welcome to give a code or whatever. I can choose any level, though, is what I have been told. That's right, we played all the levels so far. Okay, Moyako has something for us. I'm gonna pull a card in the meantime. Did you see the week of Steve buffs? This is something I saw on Discord. Apparently, it's been going around social media. You know, various communities and all. Basically, in response to, like, tourney organizers, like, unbanning... Got a new code from Moyako. I'm gonna punch it in now. In response to tourneys like unbanning Steve from Smash Brothers Ultimate, this guy did like 6-7 days, a whole week of like various I combined the two codes. That's not right. Various like new tech that he or they or like, you know, and friends had discovered that like make Steve more of a menace. Like 7 new tricks. Some of them are like useful for like some of which apply to people who are not Steve, so it's not just stuff for Steve, but a lot of it is stuff for Steve. I'm gonna do Super World, which, you know, was very interesting to watch, and I had fun, like, going through those 7 videos and going like, oh, what the fuck? Man, Smash Ultimate tech is weird. It is like, has come a ways. Hello, Zach Divine. That's right, I am the Master DS. That is what my deal is. What is this? What is going on? I need to get coins. Did I need to get all those coins? I feel like I might have needed to get all those coins, but we'll see if there's one more coin for us available. Almost looks like a troll. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Steve is one of your least favorite characters to fight. You're sitting there trying to beating with your sword as Ike, and he's pretending that we're not even in a fight. Yeah, he's just like doing shit. That's fair. I'll say for my part, I haven't played Smash in like a while, but I really enjoyed playing as Steve. He's one of the characters I really like. You know, he's really fucking fun. All his options and his stupid bullshit. I'll say, I don't fuck around with a lot of that tech stuff. You know, I don't know any techniques for any characters that I have, other than ones I've just figured out on my own because, you know, I like playing the game and having fun. I say that, I haven't played it in like a year, so how much do I really know at this point? Oh, I forgot to set a timer. Here we go. It'll finish before, I think. Oh, through the key door. There we go. Anyway, that seems fun to me. Like, one of them was like, apparently if you do a footstool and you dodge at the same time, the footstool, you'll either do the footstool or do a dodge towards the ground. And in either case, you know, a whiff basically becomes a dodge, which seems really, really strong. And, you know, it's especially strong apparently for Steve. It was part of the idea of all this tech stuff. That world of, like, high-tech Smash is just all beyond me. I just like playing the game and not even thinking about it all that heavily, you know? And again, I'll say I haven't played it in like a year. That was great. That was a fun little puzzle level. Thank you for putting that in, Moyako. You barely even fought Steve since he was added to Smash? Yeah, it's been a while since I played as well. I think the last time I played really in earnest is when the last time they updated it, when Sora was added. And I'll say Sora, also great. I really liked Pyra as well. Those DLC characters were really good. You were allowed to say GG, Turkatron. Anyone's allowed to say GG or Gig or any variation such forth. Thank you, Moyako. I'm gonna hit complete. And I'm gonna hit next. Next up is Highway, who just said GG. Fantastic. Anyway, geez, I love Smash. I'll say, the first time I played Smash, you know, we were talking about playing games earlier on, and usually Smash is not a playing game on account of it being a, you know, online game. But when you first get it, it's a playing game, and I actually, on December 7th that year, when it came out originally, I had a trip to Japan that day. I was going on Japan for vacation, so the first, you know, time I played Smash was all that 11-hour flight, you know, just going through the world of, is it called the World of Light? Going through that on the 13-hour flight was really nice to have. And then I just played a lot of Smash Brothers Ultimate, like, just on trains, you know? Just using the Wi-Fi thing I had in my backpack to, like, like, connect to the online and do the online stuff. And I'll say, fucking worked great, despite being on a train, using a Wi-Fi egg thing, you know? It all worked, and it was, like, no problem at all, and it was, really fun. That was a good trip, and, Smash Brothers was very well timed for it, I'll say. Let's find a good one, Highway. You're just glad K-Rool and Banjo-Kazooie were eventually added? Oh yeah, those additions were just, top tier. Amazing shit. You use the mobile network on your phone to connect to Smash Brothers a lot of time. Half the time, it gives you better connection than your home internet. Yeah, I'll say, people always talk shit about, you know, oh, you can't do Wi-Fi or else it'll be shit. And I'll say, like, man, I got some really good, I had, like, imperceivably good connection while on a train in Japan. You know, it's fine, actually. It's probably just like the specifics of your situation. You know, I bet you most people you connect to are on Wi-Fi and you don't even know it. You know, on account of the original Switch didn't even come with the connector for Ethernet, you know? Let's do Bombs Away. That sounds good. Bombs will pave its path, and it's Mario's job to reach the end in 10 seconds, did it say? Jeez. I'll say I have a wired Ethernet thing now. I have a wired Ethernet thing now. What? See you later, Lord Bowser. You're welcome to keep that in there. You know, would be, the other kind, but, you know, sudden death, but that's all fine. What the fuck is up with this? How does this work? I don't get it. What the hell? These guys don't go far enough. Okay, let's think here for a second. If there was a hidden block, it wouldn't be able to do anything. I can jump on these guys and they'll fall, but then they won't be able to hit the blocks. This work. It said the bombs will make the path. It is what it is? How does that work then? Is it random if they, like, go farther? Huh. I do not understand, Highway. It isn't something like you have to jump over the one-ups or something, or else the behavior will be different. Could it be clear condition based? Climbing and reaching over the top. Oh, hell. So you're supposed to, like, jump into those little nooks? How about a card? Hey, did you hear about Lego Animal Crossing? This was announced today, and, you know, seems like a pretty goddamn good fit as far as, like, Nintendo IPs that would be good with, this sort of thing. Hello. RGEIHUWY HCT3YC8. How you doing? I don't know how to say that. I don't know. Anyway, if you didn't see, it looks like this, the Animal Crossing do. They're minifigs, and there's trees in the background with fruits. No, you know, not a lot to go off, but like, well, goddamn, if Animal Crossing characters aren't the best to have minifigs of, like, oh shit, they look great. Like, those look fucking good. Animal Crossing Lego, Antho. It's a thing, they just announced it. Animal Crossing is coming to Lego. Good partnership. I think that's a great fit for the franchise. What is this level? Ah, well, Highway says we have to climb over and jump up. And we have to do it in 10 seconds. I don't know about this. It can't be something like, maybe we get to the first one and then we jump bombs. You think, I think at some point we have to jump bombs, but I don't think after the first one that's gonna be possible. Yikes, man. I don't know how you did this, Highway. Also, the clear rate is really hot. Well, wasn't the clear rate, like, 10%? It was, like, high. Not that low. Like, hang on, let's just exit course and see. Personally, I didn't jump. Bombs uploading. It has a 1% clear rate, so how does that work? Hello, how are you? I'm good, Walla Kid. How you doing? I'm going on a trip tomorrow. That's why the viewer levels are on Thursday tonight. Seems like there's a pretty good showing for a Thursday stream. Hey, maybe we should consider like moving the day of the week where viewer levels happens more often. You know, maybe that'd be fun. I don't know. I like Friday though. Friday is just a can't go wrong with it. 1 second for error. Ice makes it difficult to move. You have to time a smaller jump. Get both down, it's pretty smooth. Almost makes it sound like you're supposed to do like from the first one to the second one, and then a big one. Anyway, Animal Crossing, Lego. I hope that, I assume there'll also be like furniture, right? In addition to trees. What else would you pull from Animal Crossing? I guess like specific buildings, like, you know, houses would just be pretty much... How would you make different, like, houses from, like, just, houses Animal Crossing from, like, houses regular Lego? It's not really that different, you know? Other than maybe, like, oh, the roof is in a particular... looks kind of particular, you know? It's not quite as distinct. But, like, the town hall, the museum... is the town hall and the museum architecturally, like, that distinct? If you had a Lego set that was like the museum Animal Crossing, would you be able to tell it was Animal Crossing and not just a generic museum? Okay, you know what? Nook's Cranny. Nook's Cranny, that's what you do. You do Nook's Cranny, you do, like, maybe even a whole... I can imagine a whole line of all the Nook stores, actually. And maybe, like, also the, and also maybe the clothing stores as well would be a possibility. Probably more that than Town Hall. I feel like Town Hall... little less recognizable. Partially because, you know, it's not like the Town Hall has appeared in every game exactly as is. It's been different from game to game, right? Whereas Nook's Cranny at least always has, like, the core idea of, like, starting small and getting big. That had to be, like, the right direction, right? Like, a little faster. How about another card? Did you also hear about Nintendo? They're set to end Wii U and 3DS online services next year, 2024. Really unfortunate shit. And, you know, obviously for people like us, the thing that comes to mind is like, oh, this means that Mario Maker 1, all those levels will be, you know, lost to time, you know, other than, like, people's locally downloaded versions. So, yeah, sad. Indeed, yeah. I think when this happens, you know, right before, I'm probably gonna have to do some... I say have to. I'm probably gonna want to do some sort of, like, you know, Super Mario Maker 1 stream where I take some viewer levels and maybe play some levels that, you know, I have on hand. So, you know, maybe get to thinking, like, what you would give me given that, opportunity, because, yeah, we have to, you know, we ought to do that. That sounds like we gotta ring out Mario Maker 1 in style whenever that retirement does come. And, you know, it'll be a whole thing, and it'll be, very sad. And goddamn, I hope that, they don't do anything like that with Mario Maker 2 ever. I say, you know, goddamn, that would be horrible. I guess the hope is that, you know, the Switch 2 will be backwards compatible with the Switch 1. It'll be sort of a Super Switch, you know, Super Switch, and then backwards compatibility would make it such that, you know, maintaining the online services of Switch games would just come naturally. Whereas people can't really play Wii U games on a modern console anymore, so... I just hope it's a different kettle of fish than, you know... Hope it's a different situation when Switch's time comes, and all these levels that we're playing right now are just gonzo. That'd be sad, you know? I would hope that levels like this, levels like every level that everyone has ever made, can be preserved in some sort of fashion. You know, I don't know if there is anyone who has been, like, preserving Mario Maker 1 levels or something, but that'd be good, that'd be great. being able to stack pipes, being able to put things on the start arrow. Yeah, there were some like minor limitations that were changed for Mario Maker 2. Honestly, I don't fault them for that. There was probably like some real glitches that could happen with them. I mean, I'm sure Glitch Hunter and like people who make glitch levels would tell you like, oh, absolutely, all that shit was just rife for glitches. You could also do some fun stuff like having it so that when you came out of a pipe and if you went back into the same pipe, it would leave you in a different place, which was sometimes handy. I had one level in Super Mario Maker 1 where you would enter a pipe, fall down into a room, and then have to climb your way back out, and when you exited, you'd be in a different place because the exit pipe was a different pipe. Which was a neat trick for that level, but, you know, it's unintuitive, and I can understand why they wanted to pull it. You know, you could probably also do shit like put a bunch of pipes that were spawning enemies, you know, on top of each other, and that would increase the rate they spawned enemies. That said, red colored pipes do that a lot more cleanly in this game, so... The Mystery Mushroom, that's the one that's like, the big differentiator. And, you know, personally, I'm not really the biggest proponent of it, so I didn't really miss it that much. I feel like my levels that used the Mystery Mushroom were like my worst levels because they didn't have any other power-ups they could use other than the Mystery Mushroom. So they tended to be like more frustrating than most levels are. But I don't know, it's fun to make a Zelda level and be like, oh, you can play as Ganondorf. You know, you could actually... Lord Bowser sometimes now does, like, Super Worlds where ostensibly you're playing as Bowser. In the original Mario Maker, you could literally make it so you're playing as Bowser. But, I think that's a small price to pay for all the improvements that, this game brings in general. Oh my god. I fell through the ice. I wish you'd turn into the character rather than not be a costume. Well, it's always gonna be a costume. I suppose one of the other things that was sort of a thing is that, well, I just remembered I didn't change my character since the last stream. Whoopsie doopsie. Well, since the last Friday stream, specifically. I'm supposed to start as Mario for these streams. I know it doesn't matter, but, you know, gotta come at it right. You made a lot of mazes, miss playing as Pikachu. I mean, I hope they have more crossover things in Mario Maker 3. You know, like, I feel like the way Zelda Link works is, Luigi, got it. The way that, Link works in this game is like a step in the right direction. I'd like maybe a half dozen more of those, you know. Pikachu would be a good one. That would be interesting. I'll say, you know, they don't all have to be characters. And I'll say again, my specific request, just put barrel cannons in the game. I don't want Donkey Kong, I want barrel cannons. I'd also take, like, throwable barrels. That would also be acceptable, but barrel cannons. And, like, a nice variety of options for them would be amazing in Mario Maker. And as someone who likes, you know, DKC a lot, being able to blast people around with barrel cannons would make for some nice, very fun, flashy transitions. As would be the opportunity to do, like, you know, barrel cannon levels in the traditional sense. Charging Chucks, ooh, that'd be a good one. There's a lot of good enemies. Shy Guys. Shy Guys would be a good addition. Is there a drone that's, like, bigger than Shy Guys that aren't in, this game? Let me think Paper Mario. The first world of Paper Mario is bombs and Koopas. The second world has the thief guys. Crags, they're not real. They're not real enemies that have appeared in other games. Ghosts, Shy Guys is the fourth world. Piranha Plants in the fifth, as well as, like, you know, sushis and stuff. Yeah, I don't think there's a bigger enemy that's been left out so far than the Shy Guy. Logistically, a DKC maker would work with the tile set from the original games, but yeah, it'd be hard to do, technically, and people would probably want more aesthetic control than would be strictly possible. Timer's up, so we got 5 more tries to do. Fuzzies! Ooh, that's a decent one, yeah. Fuzzies and like the electrical... Are Fuzzies the electrical guys from like Mario World? Those guys. There's also plenty of like Mario World enemies that I would put in, like Rexes would be fun. It'd be fun if there was like a whole bunch of like game specific enemies, right? Like honestly, that would be the thing I would request. Like, you know, it'd be fun and cool if more games, more of the styles were more in line with like 3D World, where they have some exclusives, right? Like I would have Charging Chucks, Rexes, and the dinosaur guys for World. I don't know for 3, and I don't know for 1, but something like that would be a good, would at least be interesting, I guess. And also, you know, I don't know that they necessarily want just to put Rexes in everything, right? Maybe they would. Maybe they would. And I'll say Yoshi's Island. That would be my choice of a style to pull in. Though, actually, Mario Wonder now would make a great new style. That'd be my quest. Get Mario Wonder in there and get Yoshi's Island. Those would be the 2. And if, you know, if there had to be a third, I would say new 3DS. No, not new 3DS, new DS. And make it look all polygonal and shitty like it did on the DS. Like, that would be actually kind of distinct from how it looks, you know, Wii U style looks. Like, make it look low poly in a kind of weird way. You know, I'll say I played through the DS new game recently. I never played it before, and that game has like a distinct style to it, surprisingly. Oh, did I miscount? Did I miscount there? Looks like I have 1 left. I'll give it one more try then. Mario 64 style. Yes, okay, that's maybe a slightly better take on that, you know. Yeah, Mario 64 style would be... Yeah, that's better than what I said. I retract. That was about as close as we've come. Shit. I retract what I said and substitute what chat said. I retract what I said and substitute what chat said. That doesn't roll off the tongue. I will say, you know, since I'm traveling tomorrow, I need to do the VOD, like, right after we finish the stream. So I'll have to think of a title and do a thumbnail, like, right after. Which, you know, I'll do. That'll be no problem. But I need to think of something by the end of the stream, I guess. I'm sure I'll say something funny. Something funny will be said. How about that? Something funny will be said? That'd work. Okay. We'll see if something funnier comes up. Otherwise, something funny will have been said. Might be the title of this this VOD. Don't make promises you can't keep. We'll see. Let me hit next on that. Thank you, Highway. Couldn't beat it. There's a Mario 64 ROM hack that has a level editor in it. I've heard that, yeah. It would be 2D, though, I'll say. I would expect it to be a 2D Mario, 3D Mario 64. Not a 3D one. I picture it like 3D World, basically. And that would look pretty cool, I think. Antho. Has Antho said anything in a bit? Antho, let me et Antho and say you are up. Meanwhile, I'll pull another card. Don't you wish it was easier to play each other's work-in-progress levels? That's, you know, the difficult thing with like designing levels, I think. You know, it really behooves you before you're finished to actually playtest it and actually watch other people how they approach it, because people who aren't you play levels differently, it turns out. I'll say for my part, obviously, y'all are watching this, y'all are watching now. You are essentially getting me to playtest your level, and basically the same way that you need to do to actually like get some feedback and figure out like, okay, how do people actually approach these things that I'm building? But I'll say like for my part, since I've been streaming and since I've, you know, have other things going on, more and more, I don't have time for to do that whole rigmarole. Oh, this is different. This is different from the level that we played last time. Shit, I thought it was the same, and was taken aback there. I haven't been taking the time to like watch people play test my level these days because it takes additional time in addition to like spending 3 hours a week like you know playing Mario Maker on stream. I would have to like do additional hours like watching it on stream, which man, I just my you know I got things I want to do, and so far it's even like between jobs, it's more than you know, I I'm job hunting, I'm doing other such things, I'm watching a lot of stuff. It's hard to find time for that, and I'll say like additionally, I've been spending less time like submitting my before I was a streamer, I did a lot of like Reddit share stuff where I would share my level, and people would play it from there. And well, I've just been taking the time less to do that because I already spend a couple hours each week playing levels. Playing additional levels in my free time, that's that's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna do that. Um, not necessarily. That seems like weird. I already have a lot of Mario Maker in my life, so adding more is just yeah. And I'll say, like, if I had an ideal feature, it'd be like, yeah, just the ability to connect to someone and just have them play through a level on your end, single player, and be able to watch them. And I'd say, like, if that were a feature, like, I would love to have it so at the end of the stream or something, I could, like, turn the reins over to y'all and just be like, instead of showing off my own levels, I could be like, here, I'm gonna let some viewer play my levels. Who wants to go? And, hopefully they would be... I mean, ideally, it could be something like a code thing, right? Where it's like, oh, you put in the code, and that connects you. But if not, it could just be like a friend request thing, I guess. But anyway, I would love it... Whenever I show off my levels, I know that it's me showing them off, so I've played them a million times, and I know, like, the back of my hand. But, like, I would love if like, it was possible to just have someone else play the levels. And, me watch and commentate and go, like, okay, looks like it's going well. I'd talk about the design a little bit and, see what... We would all see what the player, whatever viewer it was, struggled on stuff. And I'll say I did consider, like, when I was originally looking into, like, capture gear before I streamed, I was originally, like, thinking, like, okay, well, there is a way to do something like that. If you, like, capture your screen, stream it to someone in real time, and then, like, use Parsec for that, so it's a little faster than, like, Twitch can do. And then use some sort of fancy plugin to, like, have an emulated controller on your end that connects to an actual controller on their end, and thus have them play the game through the capture card, admittedly, with probably an unworkable amount of latency. And, I considered that a lot, and then I think I eventually realized, like, well, it's gonna be extremely, extremely latent. To the point where it's just not gonna be a good thing, and also, like, that process I don't see, and, that's probably not gonna come together. That's probably not gonna happen, What was the card about? Oh yeah, exactly what I'm talking about. Good, okay. We're not off topic. Not that there has to be a topic. Topic could be this nice level, which is very similar to one I played last week, but that was during the lightning round, so... Did we finish that, or is this the level? Did you make changes after last week's stream? Anthro. I'm curious if this is like a revision 2, or if it's just like Back to Boo's Manor is the name of it. So maybe this is a return to the setting of a previous thing. Either way, it's cool. Let me do another card. Leaving for Orlando tomorrow. I'm mostly packed up. Yes, we have now entered into the Orlando trip block, where all the cards are related to the trip what's coming that I'm doing this weekend. So yeah, you know, flights tomorrow, like morning, you know, sort of like midday, sort of the afternoon, so I can arrive like, you know, after work for my cousin to pick up from the airport. That's sort of the time that worked best for her. And also, you know, hey, that means I don't have to wake up too early, which is pretty nice for a travel day, you know? I feel like most of my travel days, at least a lot of times if I'm like traveling with family especially, they like to have like as early a flight as possible. But you know, this time it's more midday. And I'll say I spent some time yesterday packing. And also, you know, I made a list on my phone of like everything I want to pack, everything that is packed, and came up with some new notation for how to keep track of like what should be where, what bags, what sub bags, etc. You know, it all resolves down to 2 bags and also whatever's on my person. You know, a bag and a carry-on. You know, that's how you gotta do whenever you travel. That's indeed how I do. I'm gonna try. I think I'm not gonna delete that list after I come back, though, because then. Oh yeah, I remember this boss fight. Maybe this is like slightly easier this time. Looks like it's slightly less hectic with the purples this time. Last time it was really fucking hectic. And also the boos are now not all at once. Some good revisions, Antho. I like them. And I guess also that drop in the first room is less precise now as a result of the change in the change over there. So you've just done a lot here to make it a lot more doable. Make it a lot more doable while still being challenging and original and cool. So yeah, packing's nearly done. I'll say, like, as far as like travels goes, I'm always like a overpacker, I want to say. You know, I'm definitely like packing and saying like, okay, how many t-shirts am I bringing? Well, I picked out like 10 of my favorite designs. I'm there for like four days really, and like 2 travel days, I guess, at either end. So naturally, I'm gonna bring like 10 shirts and a couple of shirts that aren't cool. You know, more for sleeping in. You know, definitely gonna bring as many shirts as possible. Because, you know, I don't know necessarily which shirt I'm going to want to wear. And I want to have as many cool ones as I can. As many ones that were related to, like, Halloween as I have, you know, the month of October. And then I realized, like, wait a minute, SeaWorld. That's, ocean-themed. Do I have any shirts that have, like, oceanic themes to them? And I found one that's, like, Bioshock-themed, and I found another that's Splatoon-themed. And I said, okay, well, these are the 2 about sea creatures. So I guess I should bring these 2 just in case I want to go with an aquatic theme on those days. For what it's worth, previous trips it has benefited me to have multiple shirts, but in a lot of those previous trips, I could, you know, make visits to the hotel room to, like, relax for a bit in the middle of a long day, let's say. You know, say you know, we get up at opening and, you know, we're there all day. I just occasionally would go back to the hotel room and just relax for a bit and, like, you know, take a shower or whatever. And then come back for dinner time, you know, with, like, fresh clothes. And, like, pretty much every time we've gone to Universal, that's been how we do it, but, you know, in this case, we're gonna not be coming from a hotel, but my cousin's apartment. So, you know, that's not gonna be the thing. So, but still, I like to be prepared, and still, I like to have my options open. And if it fits in the bag, it fits in the bag. What else would I bring? you know, I try to think about everything I could bring as well, as far as like, you know, want to have aspirin, you want to have some Pepto-Bismol, you want to have some Imodrin. If y'all don't know Imodrin, it's another diarrhea medicine that you can take that's pretty good. You know, works differently from Pepto-Bismol. You don't take both of them at once. But, you know, always be prepared. If you're asking, I don't know why you would be asking this, but if you're asking which one is my go-to, Imodrin or Pepto-Bismol, I would say I feel like Imodrin gets better results, even if Pepto-Bismol is like the classic. But you know, depends on the circumstance, I guess, you know, what exactly the problem is. Imodrin is like more specialized against diarrhea, I'll say, you know, and loose stools. I'm sorry for talking about pooping while finishing your level. Antho, GG, GG. Thank you. It was very good, and I was very happy to get that really good run. Even if I was talking about pooping at the time, it was important for me to finish my pooping thoughts. You know? I hope you understand. Anyway, complete. Next up is Turkatron. Very good. Turkatron, you are up. Turkatron's been pretty good about saying things, so probably is on the ball. So yeah, I'm all packed. When I pack, I always have like several different sub bags. Like this time, I actually added a new sub bag to the bottom of my backpack. And also I have like a medicine bag that contains like toiletries, as well as like a tech bag that contains like wires and like electrical devices and like power stuff. And you know, it's good to have all that shit on hand in special compartments so that it's like organized and shit. GG and good luck, says Turkatron. Fantastic. I'll do another card and we'll talk about another theme park thing, which is like, oh wait, no, we're gonna talk about plain media plans first. I forgot about this card. So, like I said earlier, I did buy 2 games, specifically, you know, this one, which is about language translating stuff, and one more podcasty game, the Disney one, which seems like it'll be okay, perfectly good 3 out of 5 game that'll go great with a podcast or a audiobook. And I have those games. I also have been listening to an audiobook of The Cinder Spires, which is like Jim Butcher's alternate series that he's doing. And I kind of wanted to reread that before the second book of that came out, like next month. So I've been rereading it recently, and you know, it's a long book. It'll make sense to read on the plane. It's basically like a sort of a steampunk Victorian thriller about like guys who are running around and they have like magic crystals that do like laser blast stuff, and they have like weird technology based on these magic crystals, but it's like in a specific way that feels like steampunky, you know, which is kind of fun. And also there's like a ship combat element where like you know, the ships in that universe, in that series, are like complicated enough where it's sort of like Star Trek a little bit, where they're saying things like "raise the shroud," you know, "power to the weaponry" or whatever the fuck, you know, and other such things, despite being ships made out of wood and like weird technologies. It's pretty cool. Oh, we have to kill piranha plants here. It's a pretty good book, and one that you know, I only read once, so this is the first time ever I've reread it since I read it a handful of years ago. That was not right. I need to do something else there. Other than that, I don't know. I haven't really like downloaded anything yet. I don't know if I am going to download anything, honestly. But I could download like some streams that you know, people have done. You know, I have given thought to, like, there's a stream of giant bombs of, like, Blight Club, which is a series that I like that they do, you know, of streams. Giant Bomb is a big, is like a big gaming outlet that I really like to watch some of their videos of. I could download that and maybe, watch that on the plane. Eh? Don't understand. Was there a... Hang on, let me exit course real fast. Was there a hint here? Let me see. Ain't no rule saying a plant can't play basketball. Okay, so I'm supposed to, like... I think I understand what this is going for. What we're supposed to do here is, grab the basketballs and use it to, like... Basically, you need to kill the piranha plants and replace them with Goombas so you can spin jump off them. Huh. How come it didn't kill that one? Weird. Is that supposed to kill them? Also, it looks like the Goomba... So I'm supposed to kill the piranha plants and replace them with Goombas so you can spin jump off them and make it into the door. Spin jump off the Goombas? Anyway, I could also always just listen to podcasts. I always have, like, a couple to listen to. You know, Friday is a big podcast day, so I'll probably have a couple of podcasts. That reminds me, I haven't listened to the episodes that are the reading for the next, the next Chance Ball. I guess I'll not listen to those until I'm back in town or whatever. But, like, could listen to podcasts, could download some videos. I don't see myself watching any movies. I could watch a movie, though. That is always an option, you know? They always have that in-flight entertainment thing. It's not quite the same anymore, though. It's more just, Okay, there we go. We killed the guy. In-flight entertainment now is more like, more right a thing. See you later, Walla Kid. You have a good one. In-flight entertainment's good I used to, like, just load up my phone or whatever with, like, a whole bunch of movies back in the day whenever I had a plane ride to do. I don't know, it's not really... I feel like I watch movies less anyway. I don't know what I would load up, like, something from HBO Max? If I had something that I wanted to watch on HBO Max, I probably would have watched it by now. Other than the Ghibli movies, which I'll say, you know, having watched My Neighbor Totoro this week, the next one is not on Max, so I'm gonna have to do a thing for that, which I think I will just, you know, I'll just hold off on for now. That'll be what I will do. Like these guys, like, jump out of their thing really quickly. To kill that piranha plant, you have to jump and throw it to him. Make a Goomba in that spot, you have to throw it to the left. Throw it at the left spring. Okay. Be kind of fast with this one, huh? Okay. Anyway, what was I saying? So yeah, I have some ideas. I'll probably be fine either way. You know, I could also spend some time working on the next level, which, you know, is now started, so I have a good starting point and a lot of stuff to try and to experiment with until I have a complete level, so, you know, that's also on the table. Part of me thinking about it is nostalgic to the time where I just like, you know, oh, I just loaded up my it wasn't even an iPhone at the time. I loaded up my Zune or my iPod Nano. iPod Nano, was it? Yeah, iPad Nano with video with like 8 movies, and was just like, okay, you know, this is before the time where that would be like legally possible, but you know, don't worry about it. I managed to do it somehow, and I just like loaded it up and just had a smorgasbord of movies to watch on both the to flights and the from flight, you know, and also in the airplane lobby as well, and that just isn't how I do anymore. I guess for the airport, I will say I can just watch. I'll probably watch like the hottest, newest anime that's you know, is coming out on Friday. You know, it looks like there's a lot of new shows on Friday, so I'll probably watch that all, which will be you know, good. I say it'll be good. It'll be hopefully good. We'll see if it's really good. You know? But that'll just be for like like waiting in the airport, you know? I can't do that on the go. And I don't know that Crunchyroll even has like download an episode that you can do. I forget, it might be like a premium thing, I don't know if I'm on the right level. I don't really need that 90% of the time. So, you know, I don't have it 90% of the time. And also, I'll be fine, you know. I'll listen to an audiobook, I'll listen to a podcast. You know, I'll play a game that's just okay. Hey, Squink, how's it going? This level's hard. I'll say We've killed that guy. Killed that guy on the right before. Oh, there we go. But he's like a tough fella to get. Okay, okay. No. How do we get to that last one? Do we have to throw up another guy for us to, like, use as a thing? Use as a basketball? Hard one. Another card. First up, first theme park I'm going to will be Universal Studios Florida. I got that planned for Saturday. Me, my cousin, one of my cousins anyway, and my cousin's boyfriend are going, and should be really fun. She hasn't been to Universal Studios in a while, you know, like a couple years or so she's not been on Velocicoaster, and neither of us have been on, actually, sorry, that's the other Universal's park, but neither of us have been on the newest ride there, Minions Blast. So, looking forward to trying that out. I don't expect, like, it to be, like, really up my alley that much. But, you know, a new ride is a new ride. And it's always good to, when you're going to a theme park, to have a new ride which to ride. How does that work? How does returning through this pipe send you here? If you kill all the poor on the piranha plant, that should leave 2 that are stuck at the top. They'll be able to spin on. 2 on the right of the saws. There we go. It's hard to make that second like spin jump. Anyway, with Universal Studios Florida, I'll say it's not the best park of the 2, but we're doing it first for multiple reasons. One is that because of Halloween Horror Nights, it's closing. That park is closing a little earlier than usual, so we had to get it done in the morning because it's closing at 5 p.m. You know, whereas the other park is open late. You know, the Islands of Adventure. But like, there is stuff there that's great. Like, I will say, I think that its screen rides are quite good. You know, I am a fan of the. I don't know the man. I don't know the talk show, but I like the ride of Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon, whoever it is. It's kind of nice, light fun. I also will say that I think that the missed a piranha plant above the door. Oh, I see. I see it now. Okay. I was wondering what the deal was with that earlier, but didn't realize if you could do it. Okay, that's easy enough. Now that guy's just gonna be stuck there anyway, so that's good. That felt really close right there. Thank you for the tip. I'll say that Rip Ride Rocket is a very good roller coaster, and I'll say like the Mummy is like, for me the Mummy is top tier. I love the Mummy, and you know, the last time I was there, the Mummy was closed for refurbishment, so this will be the first time I rid the Mummy in like like years in a while. So I'm really looking forward to the Mummy. The Mummy is fantastic. Looked like the perfect run? Yeah, really. I love the Mummy, and I cannot wait to re-ride it. That's probably the thing I'm most looking forward to at Studios, you know. And I'll say, like, we'll probably be focusing more on the roller coaster stuff, but, you know, we'll also see, like, what screen rides we can fit in, you know. If I had to guess, and I guess we'll be playing it by ear based on, like, lines and stuff, which I don't know how bad they're gonna be. It'll be on a Saturday, so that'll usually not a good sign, but, you know, it's October, so can't be as bad as summer, right? I expect to do Mummy. I expect to do, be able to do, like, you know, I expect to be able to do Mummy, Rip Ride Rocket, yeah. Despicable Me would be nice to do. I expect to do Minions Blast. I don't know about Despicable Me. I guess I would say Despicable Me is more of a can-do. I feel like they really like, they removed the 3D from that ride a couple of years ago. And I think that's not as good since they did that, unfortunately. That might sound weird for people who don't know, like, who haven't been to Universal. The 3D is actually a good thing at that park. It's actually good. The rides with 3D are probably better than the rides that are just, like, 2D and normal, you know? Or that just rely on optical illusions, you know? Forced perspective and all that. That said, it can't work. Like, I think the Hogwarts ride in Islands is great at that. Are there rides that I would skip? If ideal rides to skip would include Fast and Furious, we don't need to do that. I would probably skip the Simpsons ride. It's all right, but it's not high on my list. I would definitely skip Men in Black. Not a huge Men in Black fan. That ride, you know, not the attraction for me. Probably like the Harry Potter rides. We definitely would do those. Those ones are like, you know, pretty high tier at that park. Whoops, there's no thing. Any 4D rides? Absolutely. Well, depends what you mean by 4D. If you mean 3D, then yes. If you mean like the Engineika at Fuji-Q Highlands, or X2 at, I don't know where X2 is. It's probably in like Great Adventure, I want to say. What's the Six Flags that's in California called? Is that Great Adventure? I forget, but it's I think X2 is at that one. If you mean like that, no. Those are rides that, like, spin. Like, they spin as the ride goes, and it's sort of like, you know, they call it a 4D experience. But that might not be what you were referring to. You might have been referring to glasses. Timer's up. Let me put up the tries. Anyway, Studios is a fantastic park. Looking forward to going back there again. The Mummy is like the thing I'm most looking forward to, but there's other stuff as well. Most especially, oh. So close. Most especially the Mummy, but also, hey, new ride, whatever. I wonder if there's a perfect order to do this in. An ideal order. I guess the one that's like... Okay, do this. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god! That guy just started... Oh god. That guy picked a good time to start walking. We nearly dodged him, but no. That was nearly it. That felt good. I feel good about all these attempts. By the way, is this... Once we get past this part, is that like the end of the level? I would like... I don't want to tell you something like, oh, I hope that the level ends after this, but, you know, I feel like this is hard enough. If I had to say. Third try down. There's one more room, and then there's a final boss. Ooh. Is there checkpoints? Checkpoints would refresh our tries. I will say. Not that I can tempt you into putting a checkpoint in right now. It's a little late for that. It's a little late for a checkpoint to be added. At least for this week. You could obviously add one, resubmit it next week, or clear check it really quick, you know, and resubmit. That would work. But, you know, those aren't really viable things you could do. Not right now. Is there a checkpoint? Clear condition. Oh, right, clear condition. I forgot about the clear condition. Also, right, shit, we have to do like 16 of these guys, so of course there can't be another... Of course there has to be another room. There has to be like enough to kill that many guys. I forgot about the clear condition. Clear conditions, they're easy to forget about, you know. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Nearly started walking there. Ah, that was the last try. Thank you. I will say, right now, by the way, 8 p.m. is when the lightning round will start. 8 p.m. Let's just get that. Let's just get that said right now. Thank you for the thing. You can always resubmit, even if I cannot complete it in the time allotted. And, you know, we'll do it again when it comes up. Good tries. Ida, you're up again. Great, we get another 15 minutes to do this level. I'm pretty sure we can do it now. We've been taking cracks at it for like 2 weeks, so let's knock it out. Here's another card, by the way. Second park. Universal's Islands of Adventure. Probably my favorite theme park that I've been to, you know, that I know of, that I am familiar with. I love Islands of Adventure. It's just a top tier theme park. It's like SSSS. I would go so far as to say I think it's my favorite theme park in the world. Though, you know, I haven't been to most of them, but I would, of the couple, like, dozen I've been to, I would put Islands at top. Of course, we would take the train probably from Studios to Islands. This will all be on Saturday. And, you know, do a bunch of Islands of Adventure. Islands of Adventure, of course, has 2 top-tier roller coasters and Hagrid's Motorbike Adventure, which is a family coaster, but it's like exciting and fun and has like a lot of great elements. It has 7 fucking launches, you know, 7 launches as well as a drop track and a like spike and a part where it goes like in reverse for a while, which is pretty fucking cool. Those are cool elements to have in a coaster. And it's all like, you know, the 7 launches are all really fun, and if you're one of the riders can like ride in a like on a bike, you know, and can be like all leaned over and such, you know, biking position, which is pretty fun, you know, and different from most roller coasters. You definitely want to be the one on the bike, and as a large individual, I will likely be the one on the bike. Though, you know, I'm going with 2 other people, so they will likely ride together, and then I'll just be with a single rider, probably. It's not important to note who's with a single rider. Doesn't matter, but, you know, hey, increases my chances of getting the bike. Also, I'm pretty sure that if you're going with single riders who are using the single rider line, you probably get to choose, because you went through the longer ride. The longer line. You know, in theory anyway. That's just part and parcel with the with single rider as a concept. Anyway, Velocicoaster, on the other hand, is like my favorite roller coaster. It's intense. It has like a really good first section. It has 2 launches. The first section is kind of more of a like a spaghetti bowl type thing. Oh, I shouldn't have jumped there. More of a spaghetti bowl type thing where it's just like you're just like going through a bunch of elements and a bunch of twists and turns and like crossing over and under track and shit and around like rocks, and it's really fucking intense. And then it goes into a much bigger launch where it goes off up a massive fucking top hat. Like, oh my god, it's so good. I'm really looking forward to that. And my cousin's never ridden that, so she's gonna be in for a good time. That ride is top fucking tier. Like, yes, even better than the Hulk. My god, yes. It kicks the shit out of the Hulk. It's like a whole, maybe even 2 tiers higher than the Hulk. I maybe would put Hulk into A tier. You know, maybe have an A+ tier between that and whatever, you know? I'll say also, Islands has a lot of other high tier rides. Like, I think like the Hogwarts ride is just really, really fucking well put together with the Kuka arms. You know, it's one of the best dark rides in the world. I think Spider-Man has aged wonderfully, even, you know, even years and years after its prime. Even years and years later, I would still put Spider-Man up there, actually. And what else is at Islands? I'm thinking how I'm going around the loop in my head. There's also a top-tier clutch of, like, water rides there. You know, Bluto's Barge. Dudley Do-Right is top tier. I love Dudley Do-Right. And Jurassic Park River Adventure is pretty good. I would put that in A. It's not my favorite of the 3. But the other 2 are phenomenal, and I love them. And, you know, Jurassic Park is also good as well. I'll say I do follow some, like, some Universal, like, YouTubers. And I did see a video from, Rixflix. Shout out to Rixflix. Who, sometimes gives updates from the park. And it sounded like, apparently Dudley Do-Right closed last week for, looks like, refurbishment a little earlier than perhaps is like the yearly cycle. You know, usually the water rides, they close during the winter. But looks like Dudley Do-Right might be already have closed, which, you know, kind of unfortunate, but what are you gonna do? You know? I love Dudley Do-Right. It'll be a bummer if I can't ride it, but, you know, whatever. I've ridden it plenty of time before. You know, plenty of times. And it's just, I think it's the best log flume in the world, I'll say that. I see no... If anyone has any counter examples that are actually the best log flumes in the world, I would love to hear them, but right now, I have to say, like, yeah, Dudley Do Right, with its, like, half, like, roller coaster elements. It has some, like, roller coaster track in the middle of it that, like, has some, like, pops of airtime, which are just really fucking cool. And also, like, some of the coolest, like... It's also really great to look at. You know, I'll say Dudley Do Right is. Anyway, a lot of plans for that park. Looking forward to that. I suppose we'll also have, like, dinner in that park or in City Walk, which is, like, the outside park that's more for shopping. I'm not sure what we'll have. I think we'll play it by ear. We're not, like, doing any, like, reservation type stuff. I don't think we're gonna be that fancy, you know, to reserve anything in that way, you know? Last time I went with family and we did reservations the last 2 times. And it's fine and good, but I don't know. I feel like you could just go to Conseco's. Conseco's? I feel like I'm getting the name wrong. The restaurant that's like at the point where the road forks between Seuss Landing and DC Marvel Island, Superhero Island. Confisco's. It's perfectly good. You don't need a reservation. It's really good, perfectly good food. I'd also say like the Jurassic Park. The Jurassic Park like Thunder Falls restaurant thing. That one's perfectly good. You get some like good chicken and some other type sides, and can't go wrong with that. Do another card. Third will be SeaWorld Orlando. Now, I've never been to SeaWorld, and I've been always very curious about it. You know, like I said, I follow some YouTubers who are like Orlando-based and cover a lot of theme park stuff, and sometimes they talk about SeaWorld. And I'm curious, because it sounds like they have a pretty good clutch of roller coasters. It sounds like they have like 6 or 7, and they've been like building a new one every year, which has gotten me interested in going there at least once and riding each of those rides. Like, I've never been on a... And they have like types of rides that I've never been on, like... Mako is a flying coaster. I've never been on a flying coaster before. There's Icebreaker, which is a swing launch coaster. I've never been on a swing launch coaster before. And their newest one, Pipeline, is a stand-up coaster, is a surf coaster, as they brand it. You know, where you stand up, and it sort of has like a weird restraint system that'll like move you up and down a bit, I guess. I've never been on one of those, nor a stand-up coaster, because they're very rare. And also, I feel like stand-up coasters have a bad rep, and people are saying that this one is actually good, though. So, I'm very curious to go on that one. I do get the feeling that, like, compared to Universal Disney, it's gonna be harder to fill a day at SeaWorld, you know, versus like Universal, where we'll be lucky to do everything in one day that we really want to do, you know, and Disney, where like I am just counting on my cousin's experience. She's been to Disney lots of times, and she has like the experience that I don't, you know. With SeaWorld, we're just gonna wing it, and I'm pretty sure that's gonna turn out just fine, you know. And we'll probably get to ride like all the rides like multiple times, I would guess. That'll be on Sunday. Probably will just be a fun day, and I've just been very curious, you know? I've been to Universal many a time, and I've always kind of side-eyed and felt like, okay, if we could get like a SeaWorld day in here, or like a SeaWorld afternoon even, I would very much enjoy that, but it's just never made sense if you're staying in the Universal Hotel. to, you know, pack your bags and go to another hotel or something, or I don't know how you do it, but I'm staying with my cousin this time, so, you know, there's no moving involved. We just drive to the theme park we're doing on that day. And for that day, it'll be me, my cousin, and my cousin's boyfriend again. I don't know what else they have. Probably, like, Look at Fish or something, right? Like, that's sort of the SeaWorld guarantee. The SeaWorld brand. Though I understand they've been moving away from that in recent years. You know, there's been less emphasis on, like, animal attractions and animal shows, more on roller coasters, and, you know, as a roller coaster guy, I like that. And, I'm really looking forward to seeing, like, you know, I sort of get the impression that they're, like, the thrill capital of Orlando, whereas, like, Universal is, like, thrilling and also screen rides, and Disney is more of the family-friendly fare. But, you know, they have their niche now, and their niche is more of being, like, the closest thing to a Six Flags, you know? Which is to say, it'll probably be a park that I will be happy to go to for one day, and, you know, I won't necessarily need a second one, really. It also will be the cheapest of the bunch, which, you know, thank God. You know? The other two are basically comparable on a per-day basis. Fuck, that was so close! My God. I don't know what else they have, but I'll check it out, and we'll have a good day of it. I think it'll be fun. I have been really looking forward to this, and wanting to do this for, like, years now. Just slip in a SeaWorld day, and, finally. And I guess it's good that I did that after they built two more roller coasters, because, you know, from what I hear, their collection was good already, and now it seems like they maybe went from 5 to 7, or like from 4 to 6 or something. You know, I'm not sure what the numbers were before and after, but they have a tidy collection. Hollywood Studios, the 4th park that I'll be going to. For Disney, we're doing like 2 days, and we got like park-to-park passes, so we'll be able to travel from park to park and do whatever. My plan is to start with Hollywood Studios. It's kind of the park that I'm most excited about of the Disney parks. Seems like it has the Star Wars area, which gets a lot of like hype, and you know, we'll see what we can do as far as like reservations for that go. You know, we'll have to play it by ear as far as like when we can get on Rise of the Resistance or whatever, which I hear is, people say it's the best dark ride in the world, which, hey, you know, I guess for me, I would say the Mummy and the Kuka Dark Ride of Hogwarts Forbidden Journey. Harry Potter Forbidden Journey. But, hell, man, I'm ready to ride it, and, assuming I can get on it, I would love to do that. There's also Slinky Dog there, and Rock Hollywood Roller Coaster. Those rides seem good. As well as, what else is at that park? Star Tours. Go on Star Tours. I think the Mickey Mouse ride is there. It's like a dark ride with Mickey Mouse. That sounds alright. Definitely will ride that. We'll see what sort of fits in. I'm depending on my cousin's experience for this. And I'll say, like, on this day, my cousin's boyfriend, he's busy. But, you know, we're going on that day. And that'll be fun. What else is that, Slinky Dog Dash? Yeah, I've heard Slinky Dog Dash is fun. I have heard, my cousin said that the lines for the Slinky Dog Dash right now are upwards of 90 minutes, so we'll see if we can fit that in. You know, I also want to do Epcot on Monday, you know, and get whatever Epcot has in it, done on that day, so we'll keep an eye on it, you know? Rock and Roller Coaster, yeah. Anything I haven't mentioned that's at Hollywood Studios? There's the tower ride. Is it Guardians of the Galaxy, or is it the Hollywood Tower? I forget which way it is now. One of those was rethemed, I'm pretty sure. I heard a lot about that when it happened. People were pretty upset. I'm not sure if that was the California one, though, or the Orlando one. Which one was that, Ida? If anyone knows, tell me. Either way, I'll probably enjoy it. It'll be fun. I think the California one is Guardians. Because you have the Guardians ride in where's the Guardians ride? It's in Epcot, right? The Guardians ride is in Epcot. Yeah, okay. Last tries. Shit, man. We've gotten so close on this one. And yes, it has eluded us. This time we didn't even get to the last jump in our 15 minutes. Which, shit, man. I'm not sure you don't keep up with Disney World. Gotcha. Your mom does? That's nice. My mom also likes theme parks, but she's more of a Universal person, you know? We've gone to Universal. I've gone with Universal with my mom a couple times. She loves it. We went to Silver Dollar City this year, though. So, you know, different theme park. I am going to have a lot of theme parks under my, this year, you know, within calendar. Fuck! Haha! Pull it off. Ah, that was so close! If I had just been a little bit off, a little bit different, that would have... That's never happened before. Okay. This is the run. God damn it. That's gonna be clipped. I will clip that whenever I get around to it. I'll say I'm pretty behind on my clipping. I'm like barely just keeping ahead of VODs being archived, you know, being expiring. So it'll probably be a while unless someone were to do it right now. Which, hey, I'll say, save me a minute. You know, feel free to do. There'll probably be a lot of clips of this level, honestly, between the last couple of streams and this one. At the end, when it's all said and done, there are probably a lot of very clippable moments. Though probably not the times I was talking about Disney. That's not clippable. No, you need too much context. What makes a good clip is like something that like is self-contained. Very seldomly is Disney World talk self-contained enough. Jay Denok, how's it going? Thank you for the level. Is it 8 o'clock? It's just before 8, so you know what we'll do? I'm gonna do next, and it's basically 8. Well, I'll say this. Are you here? Are you here? You are up. Thank God. Thank God that my phone just on the Twitch app that auto-completed that named. I don't know how I would have typed that on my phone. Rajabajiba, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. Looks like you're not here, in which case we'll be doing sudden death. Hello, Soapstar. How's it going? Yeah, sudden death it is then. Do another card. After doing Disney's Hollywood Studios in Orlando, we'll be doing Epcot. Epcot will be the plan for the night of Monday, and that'll be fun. My thought process there is that Epcot is sort of like the dinner destination of the park, you know? It has all those themed lands, themed to different countries, and you get like some good cuisine. Also, it has Ratatouille and the Guardians of the Galaxy ride, and definitely want to ride those two things. I think it also has like the Elsa ride, The Frozen ride, I'll ride that, sure. And Test Track, I'll ride that. I don't know what else that Epcot has, but, you know, basically my plan there is just to go there for dinner and also get in those couple of rides that it has. It's good that it had a roller coaster. I'll say when I was a kid, I really did not appreciate Epcot at all. I did not understand how you could have a whole park without a roller coaster. You know, that to me was very confusing as like a teenager. I'll say I'm more mature now. I think I can appreciate just, here's some really good theming, and here's like a whole fucking bunch of restaurants for you to do. You think your mom is there? Soap stars, you should ride her? Haha, okay. I don't quite, okay. You're joking, I get it. I think I'll be good, though. I think I'll be good. We'll see what happens. You can just walk into any of those restaurants, right? Or do you reserve? I'll ask my cousin about that. She'll know. She'll also probably have, like, some idea because she lives in the area. Uno Mas, helping hand. I don't see, Rijibajaru here. Oh shit, my battery is low. Let me plug that in real fast. Fortunately, I have, this doesn't count, by the way. I'm plugging in my controller. Fortunately, I have my, a power plug plugged into my couch, so that works itself out. So yeah, Epcot's, let's start now. It starts counting starting now, which, fuck. Epcot, I'm looking forward to a couple things, and I think that, you know, with just a couple things, Epcot should be plenty manageable to do on our first day of Disney, which will be like on Monday. And that's, by the way, why the Monday stream will not be on Monday. You know, usually I do some sort of playthrough on Monday. On Monday evenings. I'll be out of town, so instead we'll be... What the fuck was there no point to fighting that fella? Damn it. Really? Okay. Answer. Eh? Oh! We gotta hit him under the block so he destroys the... That's clever. I didn't know that interaction existed. Jesus. How do we lure him over here, though? He's coming. A little closer, dude. Oh my god. Wrong way! Anyway, Epcot, have a couple plans there. You know, I'll say with all the Disney parks, I'm kind of relying on my cousins to have, like, more of an idea of what we should do. You know, they're from, like, the Florida area. They live in Orlando. One of them does. One of my cousins does. And, that'll be fun. You go up that hole there? I figured that out. But, that guy just will not cooperate with me. Okay, that's sudden death for you. If you were here, I would give you a timer, maybe say 10 minutes, considering we've already been on this level for a bit. But looks like you're not, so it's time to move on. And also, hey, let me tell you what time it is right now. It is time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, we will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes our way, 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints, and 7 for subs. And also for the first level of the night, where the person is here, which, by the way, would be Highway. If you are here, Highway, you're getting an extra life there, which would be fun and good. Highway, please confirm. The rules are the same otherwise as before. If you're not here, we'll do sudden death. And, you know, checkpoints refresh our lives. Either way, Highway is here. Let me show you the extra heads then. They come in a variety of forms. Most of them are Mario related, but there are some non-Mario ones that are like, you know, less likely. So I'm just going to randomize it, and I'm going to see what we get. Basically, it's just going around the loop behind the blockers, so I cannot see it. And I'm stopping it. Luigi. You got Luigi. Very nice. I'll also say, by the way, 6th, I'm thinking Animal Kingdom. Though I'll be honest with this one, I'd be willing to reverse the order. You know, depending on what's between like Animal Kingdom and Magic Kingdom. But Animal Kingdom is the one I'm like more interested of the two. I don't think there's been anything really new added to Animal Kingdom. Wait a minute, that's not true. Since the last time I was there, I just remembered that the whole Avatar area was added since the last time I was there. And I hear that area is just gorgeous. Yeah, that'll be fun to look at. Actually, maybe it makes more sense to do that at night, because the Avatar, I've heard that area is fantastic at night. Maybe Magic Kingdom in the morning, Animal Kingdom at night. That would make sense. Then again, I think I've also heard that, like, Animal Kingdom, like, closes earlier because of how the animals have, like, a sleep schedule. That's sort of, like, part of the thing about Animal Kingdom. It's, like, part zoo, which, that sounds cool to me. Sounds different. I appreciate that it has, like, something actually different going on. I guess, actually, all 4 of the parks do have something different going on. You know, they're not just, like, more parks for the sake of having more parks, you know? Hollywood Studios is supposed to be kind of Hollywood-themed, even though it's not. Epcot has the whole international thing, and it's more about, like, restaurants than, like, rides, which is pretty interesting and pretty novel as a thing. And yeah, Animal Kingdom has the whole animal thing. As for attractions, I'll tell you, like, the Avatar thing is like... I know that the Avatar thing is there. I also know that, oh, hey, we got this specific level this time, right? This specific level? Yes. I know that Avatar is there. I also know that, there's the, I see. Let's take our time and think here. I also know that, there's the Yeti, the ride with the Yeti. I remember as a kid, I wasn't really as into that one. I don't know, something about, like, a roller coaster stopping for cutscenes was really weird for me. I bet I will appreciate it more now that I understand, like, what it's doing from a technical standpoint, and, such. Okay, we need to spin jump onto that shell, onto that spiny down there, spin jump to that other one, do a full jump into the coin, then back to the other spiny, and then... Wait, what? Oh! And then we have to get back up here and get into the door, and that'll be the end. Okay. I see what we're doing here. Perfect. I don't know what else Animal Kingdom has, but it probably has a few things I just don't know about. Right? And I'm, again, counting on my cousin's knowledge. I will say, I'm not going with the cousin I was talking about previously. She has to work on Tuesday. But, one of my other cousins just happened to be available for Tuesday. So, I'm going with my cousin's sister, who is another cousin of mine, who just happened to be, like, in the area for Tuesday, so that'll be fun. And I think that she also has, like, you know, a requisite amount of experience with, like, Disney, where she can, like, help me, you know, do it good, you know? I think I see what we need to do here. We need to, like, we need to jump off one, land on the other. It's, like, going over. Yeah. Hard. You'd figure these shorter levels would be a good break. That's thoughtful, Highway. Making, like, dietarily... You're like a dietist, making a very, very specific meal for me, just to, like, balance it out, you know? This level is part of a balanced diet. Is that the stream name? No, this level is part of a balanced diet? That doesn't make sense for a whole stream with multiple levels of it. Part of a balanced diet? Nah. That just doesn't work. I think we're still on that other one that I said earlier. Thank you for the level, Highway. Feel free to resubmit. Very possible we'll do it next time. You'd make more levels if you had any ideas. Gotcha. Do you want me to throw out ideas? A snowball in July. Is that the name of Squink's next? I don't follow J Dirk. Absolutely. Okay. Squink, go ahead and say something. Let me just at Squink real fast. Squink, you're up. Oh, there you are. Perfect. Didn't even need to at. I'll say I'm getting a little hungry. I decided to not go with dinner. I decided to just go with a quick snack. And my plan is, after the stream, I'm going to run to Whataburger. Have one good old-fashioned Texas burger before I leave for Orlando. It's pronounced H.H. Greg. What? Oh, J Dirk's exclamation is pronounced that. Here's my suggestion for you, Highway. Use these tornado guys. Use these tornado guys on a cloud. Tornado guys, Super Mario Brothers, Super Mario World, clouds. Actually, let's go with one. Let's go with Bros. That is my prompt for you. Tornadoes and Bros. Anyway, let's get that level punched in. Meanwhile, let's talk Magic Kingdom. I'll say as like the most generic and also the most like regular of the parks. And also the one with like the least like thrill rides, I guess. You know, it took me a bit to figure out like what actually I was excited to go on at you know, at the signature park. But I then realized like, wait a minute. Oh right, they opened that Tron ride. That Tron ride is open and apparently it's at Magic Kingdom, so shit, I will go on that Tron ride. That's like bicycles similar to Hagrid's, but you know, no one has to ride in a caboose in that ride. Otherwise, I'm not sure what to look forward to. I guess like those there's like the Country Bear Jamboree, right? So that's like a Oh, I remember this one. I thought for a second it was gonna be a poll, like you know, trivia or something, but that's not what this is at all. Hey, we're doing extremely well. Jesus Christ. Jesus, that was an amazing first try. Wasn't that amazing? It's because I played it last week. Oh, also maybe it was adjusted a little bit. You know what? Maybe the adjustments have made it a little more intuitive, you know? If y'all have any other tips and tricks, you know, places, rides you'd recommend. I know Space Mountain is there. Space Mountain, obviously. There's like the bobsled ride. What's that called? Runaway Mountain or something? Hear that one's really good. You know, sort of a classic. And like for good reason. I probably needed to not do a full jump there. What else is there at Magic Kingdom that is like, you know, that you need to go on? Thank you for the level, Squink. Oh man, that first run was the best one. Bingo should give you the newest MC map, Minecraft. I'll say, you know, I'll tell you, I don't really understand those Minecraft maps that you do, but hopefully, you know, some people, I hope that there are people out there enjoying them, you know? Are there Minecraft streamers doing Minecraft viewer level streams? That was quick. That first run was extremely good, yeah. Like, this is a hard level, please. You know. Let me hit next. Bingo, you are up. Let me see. What else is at, best? I'm gonna search real fast. Best rides, Magic Kingdom. It's gotta be like Tron, Space Mountain, Seven Dwarfs Mine Train. Oh yeah, that was relatively new, wasn't it? Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, yeah, gotta ride that. Dumbo the Flying Element, well, that's more of a... I'm not really a flat ride person. I'm pretty sure that's just pretty standard. Peter Pan's Flight, is that another flat ride? Might be another flat ride. Under the Sea, Journey of Little Mermaid, is, it's a small world still there. See you later, Highway. You have a good one, too. Monsters, Inc. Laugh Floor, I bet that's a kid thing. I bet that's like a kid... A screen-based show in which monsters interact and tell jokes. It can be hit or miss, largely. Okay, The Haunted Mansion. Splash Mountain. Okay, Splash Mountain, that's a classic. And if anything is going to, like, contest, like, you know, we were talking about best log flume in the world, I probably should ride that, if for comparison's sake. We'll see. There's actually a lot of stuff at, Magic Kingdom. Oh, I don't know if these are all Magic Kingdoms. These are, like, Google's results, and they're, like, somewhat AI-generated, probably. Can't say for sure. Either way, let me enter in this code, and I think I have one more card left related to the trip. Did y'all notice anything absent from my plans? That's why, right, it's, HHN. It's absent, let me explain. HHN is, Universal's, like, haunted house thing that they close up the park early for during, like, September and October, and they do, like, haunted houses for, like, until, like, 2 a.m. or something, which... I have heard a lot about for the years and years, but when it gets right down to it, we thought about it. We were like going to buy them, and my cousin said like, "Hey, are you sure?" And I said like, and I thought about it, and I said like, "Well, if it's gonna be like $100 to go to some like haunted houses, I mean, I trust that there's a reason why people are so hyped about it. Maybe they're like the best haunted houses you could find anywhere, but." When it gets right down to it, I'm not really I've never been to a haunted house before, and I don't think I'm really, like, that interested in like, trying it out just because I happen to be in, you know, Universal for the, on the occasion, right? Which one did you want me to do? Bingo? What did you say? You know of one streamer who does the Minecraft viewer things on YouTube? Gotcha. That does exist, or at least in one place. Explore Sharpen Magna 2 while delivering shells. You could always be that streamer, Bingo. Like, if you bought the well, I guess for Minecraft, you don't necessarily need equipment. It's all based on the PC. If you have, like, a strong enough PC and, like, you know, whatever equipment you need... You could always try to fill that niche if you believe there's, you know, an audience for such things. There's plenty of viewer levels streamer for Mario Maker, so it's not really like a niche that needs filling absolutely, but, you know, I enjoy it anyhow. So, thought about, horror park things and just, or like, going to those haunted houses and just said like, you know what? I'm not really that much of a horror person anyway. It'll probably be good, you know, even just like going to, even just sticking with the theme parks. And also, like, you know, between these 7 parks, we're gonna have, like, so much to do this week. I'm not, like, anticipating there being, like, that much stuff. You tried doing something like that. Too bad you're not great on mobile. What do you mean? What do you mean on mobile? You're streaming from your phone? Do you play Minecraft on your phone? I would have thought it would be more like a PC or something. I know that you can stream applications from a phone on a phone from a phone. I just don't know anyone who does it that way. You know. I think Lord Bowser's is like just streaming his web phone cam, which, you know, hey, if it's working for him, I guess more power to him. But you know, I don't know anyone else other than him who's done any such thing. I did consider at one point maybe like streaming like walks or something, you know. Just like walking outside in like you know, a nice little stroll. Did I forget a pop? I don't think so. I think we're good on pops. Either way, I'm gonna let it stand. weird one. I don't think I landed on the thing, but whatever. Almost halfway there. Oh, cool. Fuck! That's wrong. Maybe you land on the lower one and then... Okay, you know what? We'll figure it out when it comes up again. Or we could do a different level. Maybe we'll do a different level for a change of pace. Whew. I think the last couple times I've done your stuff, Bingo, it was this level. Though I think it's been a couple of weeks, so it's, you know, it's fresh, I guess. Let's do the next one. Anyway, Halloween Horror Nights, I'm gonna give it a pass. It kind of feels weird insofar as, like, I don't know if I'll ever be in Orlando during October or September ever again, but I don't know. It seems like it's, I think I'm willing to spin those dice, you know? Roll those dice, and, I feel like I have more than enough things on my plate for this weekend where we'll probably just want to get home or get back to my cousin's apartment and, like, relax and unwind for the next big day at whatever park comes next, you know? Halloween Horror Nights, not necessarily... Apparently, she says that it's just alright, you know? And that you're probably going to spend most time just waiting in line anyway. It'll probably be fine. Oh, let me confirm. J. Derek. J. Denock, 12. Are you here? Let me just exit course real fast while I et. J. Deneric. J. Denock. Et J. Denock. Are you here? Or are you here? That's not what I usually say. I usually say, you are up. I feel like I'm getting a little hungry. That's affecting my thinking. Let me do another card while I stall a little bit for J. Denock. Show seasonal, summer anime seasonal tier list again. Folks, we're in the anime portion of the stream now. And starting off, just let me show this again. I showed this on Monday? Yeah, on Monday. And, well, basically enough shows ended from last season where I was okay making a tier list. There is still 2 shows that have yet to finish. Reign of the Seven Spellblades, which I put in S tier because I think it's great. And also, Zom 100, Bucket List of the Dead, which got delayed. The last 3 episodes are like some other time, which is a kind of a shame because I think it's like my favorite thing of the season, and definitely like a shoe-in for like for being like really high on my top 10 anime of the year list. I don't really want to go through this all in detail other than to say things like, you know, hey, it was, while I think a lot of these were not quite as strong as previous seasons, there was clearly a lot of stuff that I felt strongly enough about where it ended up in my top tier, which is pretty damn good. I'll say that's, this season was pretty damn solid, and, yeah, I would give it, passing marks. Any other specific statements I would make? No, not really. I would note that Reborn as a Bending Machine, I Now Wander the Dungeon is one anime name. The comma is in the middle, but also, you know, it does also, it might be confusing because commas also separate the entries. Not important. You know, if you know it, you know it. Any other things to, like, point out? No, I think I'm good. I'll say Helk. Maybe we'll be higher next season because I sort of felt with Helk, the arc that it has been on for the last 12 episodes has been a little weird and a little off-kilter. I really loved the first arc a lot, but the second arc was a lot more mid. But Helk is a continuing show. It has like 12 more episodes left, and maybe it'll stick the landing and it'll get really interesting by the end. And I totally expect, like, overall, it could be an S. It could be a favorite. But the first half of the season was not quite, like, good enough to quite make it into the top tier. That's what I have to say about Helk. Okay, I don't see Jay Denock, so let's play this level and do it in sudden death. Always good to stall for a little bit, but, you know, not for too long. Crap, got a duck. I was kind of hoping I didn't have to duck there. Like this. There we go. I'll say we're now in the anime block, so I got a number of cards that are new animes that have aired. And, you know, such things. And I'm going to go through them and talk to them in turn. Crap. That's the second life. This is version 1.2, so it has been modified since the last time I saw it. We didn't spend enough time in there to actually, like, identify any changes. Jadenok, if you are here, you know, I give you one last chance to, say something, and I'll give you 3 more lives, but, I think we're moving on. Yeah, let's go ahead and hit the button. Next level is by Ida. Ida, go ahead and confirm. Ida Garisu. Go ahead and Super World. Okay, cool. And we know what level this is going to be, so, you know, we're ready for it. I'm going to pull another card. I will say I am still looking forward to watching the first episode of Season 3 of Uma Musume Crunchyroll, ... It's supposed to be out on Crunchyroll. It's nowhere to be seen. At least it wasn't before this stream. Let me check. Is it out now? It was supposed to be out yesterday, so it's all manner of fucked. Let me see. I'm gonna just, like, refresh. Is it out now? Looks like the answer is... Oh, good. Finally, it's up. Okay. I guess after this stream, I will watch it. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll be too busy packing and doing other such things, eating, to watch an episode of anime. But it is now out, apparently, and I will watch it, and I hope that going forward, it doesn't go up, like, a day and a half late. You know, I hope it goes up on Wednesdays as it's supposed to do. I've been very excited for that. I even, like, finished rewatching Season 2 of it, like, on Sunday, so that I'd be ready. It was Sunday or Monday, I forget which, but, you know, I finished rewatching it, so that I would be ready, and yet, there was no show to watch. I hope there's a new protagonist. I don't know what the deal is, if they're, like, doing a new thing, if they're just continuing Tokai Teo's plot. It could be anything. I'm looking forward to it. I think Tokai Teo's plot is over. I think that, well, the thing about Uma Musume is it's about, like, girls that are based on racehorses from Japan, and the results of the races are sort of, like, torn from the headlines. You know, so, like, the races are the actual historical races, and I think where the last season ended up was, like, the last race that Tokai Teo the real Tokai Teo, ever actually ran. So, her story is, donezo. Technically. Ooh, damn, that was so close. Her story is, kind of done, I'm pretty sure. So, would be moving on to someone else. I wonder if that's also why Special Week didn't get any, like, wasn't the protagonist of Season 2, was her story also ended at the end of her season. They all have names after, like, racehorses' names, so, you know, they're all very funny. They're all very funny, like, English words. Some of them are, like, not English words, you know. But a lot of them are just, like, oddball combinations of English words, which, you know, sound kind of funny. Which is great. I love that about Uma Musume. I wonder if you can save it, if that ends up happening. Can you land on the mole that's down there without dying? Seems possible. But also, you know, let's land on the thing if we can. Yeah! One try left, let's go. Of course, you know, fewer levels means that we'll get more chances at this. Thank you, Ida. We'll probably have a chance at this after another person gets their thing in. That other person will be, let me see. Ooh. Will be Soup Star. Soup Star, go ahead and confirm. You can do it! Oh, hey, you highlighted a message. Very nice. Barely ever see someone highlight a message here on this channel. Nice, nice. I'll do another card while I'm typing in this code. Thank you for confirming. Thank you for the level, Ida. And by the way, everyone, just feel free to keep on submitting levels back and forth, whatever, until such time as I close the queue. I'm still set to go for a while here. I got a bunch of anime to talk to, you know, talk to my experience watching. First episode of Paradox Live, the animation. Honestly, this one was, so I like to watch, by the way, I like to watch, like, every new show and see if they're good. And, I was kind of disappointed that this one was not worse than it was. It's not that good, but it's kind of not good in a boring way. Going in, I sort of had, like, a very negative expectation because, you know, I read the synopsis where it describes itself as a multimedia project, which, you know, usually when you get something that describes itself as that, it's like, okay, it's gonna be like some band or something, and it's gonna be like poorly animated and like badly written. You know, it's gonna be some piece of shit, train wreck, right? And this is fine. It seems like it's fine. The dialogue is a little stiff. The music is like the most vanilla hip-hop you've ever heard. You know, I don't like the music, but the characters seemed alright, and it seemed like decent enough other than the 3D that was in like the start of the thing. You know, when they were dancing at the start and like doing like bad hip-hop, you know, mediocre hip-hop. Hip-hop that I was not a fan of. This level seems very nice. Wow. I'm quite pleased. It has a real, like, traditional Super Mario Bros. 3 feel to it. Very doable, and yet thrilling. This is a very well done traditional level that I feel like will be just right for Lightning Round. I feel like we'll be able to do it. Anyway, I watched it and was just, at a certain point I said, like, you know, this seems like perfectly fine, but there's enough stuff I don't like here, and it's like, the dialogue is a little stiff. Jay Denok, you're gonna have to resubmit. I think I played your level. You might have been away again. Yes, you can. You can resubmit a level as much as you like. That is all good. In fact, I encourage it, especially if I, you know, didn't complete it before. If I did complete it, it's done and good, but if I didn't, then, like, I would love to have another crack at it. Generally. Anyway, I just admitted to myself, like, okay, well, it's not quite a train wreck, but I'm not gonna watch this. I have better things to watch, and, you know, honestly, a lot of the shows so far that I've watched have been, like, perfectly fine, but, you know, I would rather watch, 12 great shows than 100 perfectly fine shows, you know? I don't have time to watch every show that is just okay. And if I'm being honest, at the end of the season, they would probably get 2s or something. You know, I'd probably, like, realize, like, oh, this was really fairly not good. You know? There's not a clear condition here, right? No. You know what we need to do? We need to take a shortcut. We need to do some cheese. If we have a power-up by the time that we're over there, we can totally... like, cut through the things and not take the high path. Well, fuck me. I fucked that up. There's totally a way through here. Also, you can skip one of those blue platforms, but it does make it feel a little more awkward. So... maybe we shouldn't. We're on our last try here. Again, you can always resubmit levels. In fact, I encourage you to know that that option is available to you. If you'd rather me do a new level, if you'd rather show off more levels, that is fine too. I will, you know, I will like your level once I, you know, once we're finished with it, so, you know, you can You could take a cynical route and go like, okay, well, not only do I want to show off more levels, but also I think it'd be cool to get more likes. But you know, you can always, if you like what you see here, I do this every week. Usually I do it on Fridays, but you know, I've been talking about theme park plans for a lot of this stream. I'm going on a trip over the weekend, and you know, had to do this stream today instead. This jump seems really awkward. I like what you're doing here, though. This is an interesting way to put this all together. Jumping from, like, small platform to small platform with these guys. I think it's a really cool use of those, I think it's a really cool use of... Fuck! That felt so close. I think it's a really cool use of those beetles. Those beetles? Are they buzzy beetles? Is that what they're called? Or is that... Yeah, spinies are one, buzzy beetles are the other one. Yeah, I think it's a really cool use of those, actually. I probably need to use buzzy beetles in one of my upcoming levels. There's an idea. Having buzzy beetles on like a falling platform or something, and having to fall while also contending with a beetle that might give you some trouble. Let's go ahead and get the next person up. Spike Top, there we go. What's a buzzy beetle? Oh, buzzy beetle is just when they don't have us. Well, actually, they're distinct enemies, but yeah. Those are 3 different types of enemies that are similar but different. There we go. And I'll say, by the way, everyone feel free to continue to submit levels. I would love... I would love to see them, you know. And, you know, currently we have an empty queue, so... For the sake of variety, I would appreciate if you submitted. I will say, what we did last time when it was down to 1, we just, when we ran out of lives, we switched to another level of the same person. I think I'll do that tonight as well. Meanwhile, let me do another card. I watched the first episode of The Eminence in Shadow Season 2. Oh, you know what? I didn't explain the concept of the last one. It was some boy band thing. They were, like, singing rap music, and they were invited to some sort of battle of the bands type thing. And it was, like... kind of stiffly written, and it's like, whatever, fuck that. Eminence in Shadow is about a cringe lord who gets reincarnated into another world and decides that he's going to, like, become a shadow man. And he makes up, like, an enemy, and it turns out the enemy really exists, and he has, like, a whole squad of, like, girls who are, like, fighting for him, and they're very serious about it, and he is very lackadaisical about it, and they all think he's very serious about it, because he sort of likes to roleplay and act like a big, dark lord guy, and say, like, ridiculous canned phrases, you know, like, the time has come, the hour is near. And also in his free time, he roleplays as, like, a background character, you know, his secret identity. He wants to make it so that, people just think he's a background character by, like, being, like, really weak and stuff, and, like, acting as weak as he possibly can. It's ridiculous the extent to which he roleplays. And, I'll say Season 2 has started well. There's a couple new girls in the picture, and also, they went to, like, a fantasy, like, red light district town, and the zombie apocalypse is happening there, so that's pretty cool. Pretty good. Happy to see it back. I feel like I'm getting sweaty. I don't know why that should happen. You know, on account of not having dinner yet. I feel like hungry. I feel like sweaty and hungry don't go together. You know? Like, why would that be? Probably unrelated. Maybe the temperature's on the fritz. Doesn't matter. I don't know what happens there. Sometimes it doesn't bounce me right. Anyway, Eminence of Shadow, happy to see it back. Enjoyed the first episode plenty. I'll say the first season was sort of a 4 out of 5 for me. You know, it was, I appreciated the one joke. As that sort of good joke elevated it to a 4 out of 5. Otherwise, it's not like the perfect show or nothing, but I'm happy it's back. And, You know, while it's probably like the lowest profile returning show of the season, you know, other shows include such things as, you know, Spy X Family and Dr. Stone, you know, classics, or not classics, but they're very popular, and for good reason, you know? And this one is just like, yeah, it's a funny joke, and it's really well done, and it's on High Dive if you have that, you know? Here we go. Maybe, which direction do we hold out of that? I feel like, I'm not sure if I need to, like, let go of the stick or not. Maybe let go of the stick is correct. I swear we were doing this effortlessly, like, last week. You hold right on the spring. Okay. So we gotta hold right. Last try here. And, if no one's in queue by the time that, this happens, we'll go to another world of Idas, or another level of Idas. The lightning round has to have consequences, okay? That much is certain. Right? We cannot continue on even if, you know, even if it's, you know, there's no one else. Shit. That will do it. Jadanak, or, like, anyone else who is still present, please, I encourage you to continue to submit levels. You don't have to, doesn't have to be the same level or nothing, but I appreciate another crack at, that. Oh, yeah, I'm getting a little sweaty here. Jeez, the back is super sweaty. God damn. I put the temperature to the right right. Thermostat is set correctly last I checked, so it should be fine. Maybe it's just being inefficient. I'm gonna scroll down to the last one that we haven't done. I'm also gonna do a card. Do not leave this man being tortured with my jank. That's fine, it's good. These ones are usually less janky. Hit the switch or whatever. 8% clear rate. This will probably be good. Soup, sorry. Oh, okay, cool. We got one from Soup, sorry. Okay, we'll do that then. Thank you, Soupstar, for getting one in. I encourage everyone to keep on giving levels. I would love to be able to bounce back and forth between at least 2 people. That is my preference. I watched the first episode of Bullbuster, which admittedly has some awkward 3D monsters. The 3D monsters in Bullbusters are really terrible, and it starts with that. It starts with a mech fighting a big, terrible CGI monster. But then after that, it does a bunch of stuff with, like, a corporate office where basically it's like a mecha company, and they do a bunch of stuff where it's like, oh, hey, it's your first day. You have to sign all these papers all this paperwork before you go out to, you know, fight a monster. And it's kind of ridiculous, the juxtaposition of, like, mecha stuff and, like, corporate hierarchy stuff. In a way that's, like, fun. You know, like an Office Place comedy about a mecha company, either, like, making mechs or, like, you know, doing like, monster fighting stuff on behalf of some government. That sounds really fun. Unfortunately, it seems like it might be focused more on the fighting, which it is, like, mediocre at. Which, we'll see. I'm putting this as a tentative. If it ends up being more focused on the slice of life, office, workplace stuff that is ridiculous and, you know, in the context of monsters and giant mechs, then that would be great. If it's just like a mecha anime that's not very good with some corporate office stuff that's funny, then I don't know, I'm gonna stick with it. That's my thought on Bullbuster. Also, my other thought on Bullbuster, whenever I hear it, whenever I see its name, I think Ballbuster, and I think about Meadow Soprano saying, "Why are you breaking my balls? Why are you busting my balls? Why are you busting my balls over this?" That is a line I think about that Meadow Soprano said once. Also, they are always busting balls and breaking balls in Sopranos, so, you know. Bullbuster is different, though. Why are you breaking my balls over this? That's a different line. That doesn't mean anything. It could be good. It could be bland and bad. I don't know. We'll see. I will say, if anyone has, I guess I'll say, They should do an anime about a company that makes mechs. And it's a bunch of just, like, office workplaces stuff. And, like, occasionally getting tickets to say, like, build us a mech that's really good against bees. Giant bees. What the fuck? They got giant bees now? That seems like it has some real potential for some wacky, like, office hijinks. You know? Sort of similar to, like, what was that anime called? Kurisu? It was like Miss Kurisu Monster Design Office, where it was like a company that built monsters that were meant to take over the world. Miss Kurisu? Miss Kuroitsu from the Monster Development Department. That's good. Do that, but for mechs, and I think you got a hit on your hands. I think you have something that could potentially be very funny. Let's do this. Oh god, I'm sweaty. Ugh. I swear I set the thermostat properly. Oh yeah, this level is not gonna be a problem. We were so close last time. Well, we weren't so close, but we figured out how to get past this part. And you know, this part seemed like the harder part. The rest of it was kind of just coming naturally, you know? So long as we can get past here with our power-ups, we'll be able to get to the next area. And then, yeah, play it from there. You went nowhere near? Oh, no. Still, clear rate's not bad, right? Oh, wait a minute. You gotta get... Oh, hey, if you get up there, there's some sort of shortcut that, maybe gets you to an area... Maybe, okay, so... The area that we went last time, going through the wall, maybe that's like an alternate way that you can use if you fall down there or something, right? And, probably will be harder as a result to compensate for the thing, you know? Let's go, let's do this. Clear rate isn't bad, it's a new level. There are cheese and secret paths built in. Gotcha. Okay, well, actually, this is where the other one ended up. Shit. Shit. Whew. I am sweaty for some reason. Jesus Christ. I'll have to check the thermostat when we're done here. I don't know, maybe it's because it's Thursday. Maybe because it's Thursday. Maybe because it's Thursday is not a bad idea, it's not a bad name for a stream. You know, kind of self-describes what the stream was. A stream that was on Thursday. And, you know, maybe people would click on it thinking like, what does that mean? Maybe because it was Thursday. Maybe because... I'm not sure the phrasing. It'll probably be the first one I said. I don't know, we're coming up with anything more clever than, anything more pithy than that. I mean, it could be, like, subject-related, like, the one where I talk about Disney a lot. The one where I talk about Orlando theme parks a lot. Except for, next time, I'm probably gonna talk about them a lot more, because I will be back fresh from them. So, you know... That seems like when I actually will want to talk about them. You know, whereas tonight, I am talking about them, but it's more in terms of, like, plans, you know? Versus, like, a place I have actually gone. I remembered that. I remembered getting hit by that before. Next time I will not get hit. The one where I talk about... doesn't really roll off the tongue. Also, I will say, like, recently on the VODs, I have changed the VODs to not have Friday evening in them. not sure if it's like, I'm not sure if it's turned out to be a good idea. I mean, the numbers haven't been, like, super high for either of the streams that have had that name change. But I don't know. I feel confident that going forward, that's a good thing to do, just to make it so that like streams like tonight, you know, previously they would have been labeled Thursday night viewer levels, which I don't know. That's a little. I don't have to name each stream after what day it is on. In fact, it's more normal not to, especially when talking about VODs where it doesn't really matter when it was streamed exactly. I know all this is probably pretty meta to talk about, but I talked about it all the time. I talked about it on the previous ones. I will say, metrics, as far as metrics go, the average watch time of, like, that metric at least is looking pretty good on a lot of the recent streams. I see average watch times around an hour on like, those YouTube VODs for, like, as many views as they have, so, you know, say they're a 4-hour stream, 25% of people watch the whole thing, or most people watch about an hour or two. Either way, that's impressive either way, and I'm pretty, like, happy with, I mean, I'm happy that people are, I'm happy to know, like, people are, like, watching it in, like, the VOD form, you know, and, it's not just something I do for fun to put up the VODs and, like, posterity for whatever fucking reason. It's like, some people are gonna watch it. Presumably. Thank you for the level. I'm going to, I can't believe we didn't get through. How long is this level? Oh, I guess no one's gotten through it so far, and it's 3 minutes long. Damn. Wow, that's really long for a Mario Maker level. Wow. No wonder no one's gotten through it. Are there checkpoints? Are there checkpoints? Hey, answer me this, Soapstar. Are there checkpoints? I'm gonna pull up the next one, who's gonna be Ida. Ida, go ahead and confirm you know what to do. 3 minutes, yeah. There are 2 CPs. Damn, we didn't even get to the first CP, so we were like not even a third of the way through. Damn. Wow, okay, shit. Let me pull another card. Did I spell that right? Is it disgraced or disgraced? I'm always not sure which one it should be. Actually, I think it's disgraced, isn't it? Anyway, I watched the first episode of I'm giving the disgraced noble lady I rescued a crash course in naughtiness, which seems pretty good, I'll say. Basically, a disgraced noble lady has been disgraced for, like, it is disgraced, damn it. Typo there, sorry. That's on me, not on the anime. The disgraced lady has been, you know, exiled and shit over something she didn't do for, like, political reasons, and she's, like, apparently really naive because she's lived a sheltered life where upon she's been, like, beaten and, like, treated as more of a servant than, like, a member of the royalty. And, turns out she gets taken in by this, like, demon lord guy, and he, takes to pampering her. And it's just kind of nice. You know? The demon lord is just like in the first episode. I guess this is like a minor spoiler, but it'll give you an idea of, like, where it's going. In the first episode, he's like, okay, well, let me get you, like, a whole fuckload of cake. You know, and a fuckload of other such tasty things. You're gonna eat a bunch of cake right now. And, that kind of seems nice, you know, just to have an anime where, okay, this girl, she's been, like, beat up all her life, like, you know, never known what it is to have nice things and live a nice life. I'm just gonna pamper the shit out of her. And, that's the whole show. Also, I will say the Demon Lord is a little weird about it. Like, he doesn't want to take no for an answer, you know, and, the lady is very much like, oh no, well, I can't eat dessert for dinner. Come on. And the Demon Lord is very much like, yeah! That's not what he's like, but, he's very much like, you are going to do it. and I'll kill my. He literally is like, I will stop my heart if you don't do it, which is a little weird and coercive, I guess. And I would say, like, I would rather he didn't do that. But, other than that, if you can, like, blink for 2 seconds and ignore that plot point, it seems like it's kind of fun and kind of nice and light. Other than that part where he's, like, kind of coercing her to do nice things. Good show. Woo! Soup Star, by the way, hey, if you want to resubmit that level, I would love to take another crack at it. Meanwhile, we finished the level, so shit. Let's go on to the next one. I'm gonna pull another card. I watched the first episode of 16-Bit Sensation, Another Layer. Oh my god, let me tell you. This one is a winner. 16-Bit Sensation. The basic plot is that, so you got this otaku in modern times, right? She's an otaku. She works at like an eroji game company that makes like eroji games. And she sort of laments that the industry is not where it was like 20 years ago, right? Like no one's making like big indie like like visual novels anymore. Not like they used to do with like pretty ladies in them, like you might see in other such animes. This level seems a lot more reasonable. Ida with all the emotes in chat, yes, I'm right there with you. More reasonable, but it's still gonna be difficult. I should just cut to the chase, shouldn't I? The premise is that, what the hell? The premise is that she gets transported back in time. 1 second, let me grab something. I need to grab my mouse real fast. And then I'll explain the anime. Preset 3 should be over here. Let me check the thermostat while I'm up. 1 second. Spring is a little jank. It's doable. Good. Okay. I got a pretzel rod. It's a little stale. I feel like the pretzel rods they have now, at least like the main company that makes pretzel rods, I feel like they don't put as much salt on them as they used to do. Which is kind of a shame. I really loved pretzel rods in the past, but these days I'm just not as into them. But they're a good, like, thing to eat real fast when you're like, needing like a bite to eat. I'm a little hungry. I'll have Whataburger after the stream. I'll say. When you're hungry, anything is good. I'm gonna try this again. Thank you for the level. Seems doable. It's doable. It's doable. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely doable. I think that'll help tide me over until the end of the stream, I will say. Let me tell you about 16-Bit Sensation. Okay, so you got this otaku. Very specific subculture. what happens is she gets sent to the past 30 years ago, and she gets to work at a like in 1992. She gets to work in a development scene, making a, like, you know, an eroge, whatever the fuck, visual novel type thing, back like you know, 30 years ago, which is pretty fucking specific and also pretty fucking novel. You know, I really like the main girl. She's very fun. Cammy is one of your fave creations, so maybe it's easy. This one? Or do you mean the next one? The one that I was working on? The one from before. I wonder if we do a triple jump here. Okay, not like that. Maybe I can get on top of the block. Not like that. No. I would have to, like, jump a little higher and, like, wedge myself into that little hole, which I'm not sure if possible. Triple jump is the idea, but there is cheese. Fuck. This one's also a little hard. So she travels back in time. She has to, like, and then she joins, like, someone making otaku games like 20 years ago. You know, old style with old computers, and, like, you know, she's ahead of the curve as far as like, you know, nerd culture goes. She knows what's coming, which is interesting, and I think that it has some real potential going forward. I'll say that the first episode doesn't really cover all that much. The first episode only covers, like, she's only just gotten back in time as of the end of the first episode, though the first scene does show it, so it's not like a spoiler or anything. Hello, Wolfie Gamer. But I think all the setup is really good. It really does establish, like, you know, the main character's, like, frustrations with present day, her frustrations with present day, and also, like, when you go back to the past, it feels like a period piece in the few minutes of past stuff that we get. You know, we're like, oh, you're looking at signs that say, like, we have colored TVs. Like, what the fuck? Colored TVs? Is that really what people had on signs in 1992? I guess. And, like, they're working on, like, you know, old computers on their games, which is, like, that's fascinating to me from, like, a technical perspective. I've been working on Super World and it's so crappy. I'll say Wolfie Gamer right now. It's just Ida in the queue. So if you want to submit, you will have you'll get a level in right now. Otherwise, I'll do another one from Ida. Let me do another card. I'll say this: I'm really fucking impressed with 16-bit Sensation. It's definitely one of my standouts of the season. I would put it in the top tier of, like, oh, it's super promising, it's fun, it's very specific, it's lovely. I would say that it's one of the couple that I would recommend people check out, you know, for sure. You know, there's other ones that are, like, just good and are, like, seem like they could be pretty good, but there's other ones I would say, like, yeah, even if you're, like, you watch a few animes a season, like, if you're just looking for a few a season to look at, I would say something like, okay, well, Jujutsu Kaisen is obviously ongoing. Any of the shows that have been going on previously, like Spy X Family, yeah, watch those if you haven't. 16-bit Sensation seems really good. I would recommend Helk. I would recommend a playthrough of a certain dude's VR MMO life. And probably also Frieren. Frieren for sure is fantastic. You're only on World 3. This is your third. If you have a code for us, Wolfie Gamer, ready to go, I would do that. In the meantime, let's just refresh our lives and give this next one another shot. This is the next one, right? Yeah, it's the one with the springs. I will say we only have a few cards left, and, you know, hey, that's good timing. We're at the 3-hour mark, and I wouldn't mind, honestly, a slightly shorter stream as I have to, like, get this all processed and done before I, leave on a plane tomorrow. You know, I can't exactly... Oh, I threw that way too soon. I can't exactly, like, do any of the necessaries from, a plane, you know? Thank you, Wolfie Gamer. I call that doing the necessaries. Whenever I, you know... When I, Fucking... Oh, did I just miscount? I feel like I just miscounted. You know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna go with it. 2 more tries is fine. And they're gonna be gone anyway. Pretty quick, like. I like to call it doing the necessaries. Like they said in that movie, Looper. I think that's a fun thing to say when you're talking about, you know, writing a description, putting in timestamps, and finding a thumbnail and a name. I'll have to do that after the stream, which I usually do like the day after. Thank you for the levels, Ida. I'm gonna hit next. I suppose we did complete 1 level there, so maybe we could have hit complete. But, whatever. Go ahead and resubmit. If you like, Ida. I'm not forcing you, of course. Your levels are easy? Well, that'll be nice as a change of pace. Easy levels are nice as a change of pace right now, I will say. Also, if, you know, the other person is still here. Who was it again? If, Soapstar is still here, would love to have another crack at that, 3-minute long level. You know, I don't know if we'll do it, but goddamn, we can try. And of course, checkpoints will refresh our tries. I don't think it's come up yet in this stream, a level with checkpoints and where we needed them. Where are all the checkpoints when you need them? That I wonder. What do you want to do? Do you want to do the first one or the latest one or the first? Latest one or my choice or earliest one or any in particular? Do the latest. No one has cleared this one, but apparently it is easy, so I will take your word for it. Cool, cool. Above piranha plants. If you're wondering, by the way, how many anime are like left to talk about that are new, not that many. You know, I'm basically just covering the ones that came out between Monday and today. So like 3 days worth of anime. There was only one on Wednesday. Oh fuck! There was only one on Wednesday, which was the media project one. Who cares about that one? Okay, so hey, there was Second World Boss. Oh, okay, so this is part of your Super World pen. One is really short. Oh, I see, because of boss level, you mean. That makes sense. Soapstar, thank you for the level. Looks like Ida got first clear. Probably just have to beat this guy. Which this space is a little cramped, but can we jump on him when he is like up there? I don't know how that works off the top of my head. We got 2 tries left. Let's make the most of them. I think we can do it. Ida apparently one-shotted it. Did you yeah, first clear sniped it. Did you one-shot it? Or did you 2-shot it? Is it 2-shotting if you do it in 2 shots? It's one-shotting if you do it in 1 shot. But I don't know if that means that it's 2-shotting if you do it in any other number of shots. I guess it's just not a thing that people, like, take pride in. Hello, local life? Local life? How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Apparently, yes, you can jump on him when he's in that position. Unless you're big and you have to duck then, I guess. I'm assuming, thinking. Pretty sure. I can't wait to have some Whataburger. I feel like reason why I want to get some Whataburger is just because, you know, I love a burger, and also it's only in Texas, so I feel like it makes sense before, you know, spending a weekend out of state to have the most Texas meal possible right before. I mean, I'll also have something in the airport, I guess. I know. I'll have... I guess I should have breakfast at home. I usually like to have... Very good. Thank you for the level. We were able to get through it. Fantastic. You might lower those bridges? Maybe. That was close. Hey. Complete. Go ahead. Again, feel free to submit levels until such time as the queue closed. I guess I'm not sure, like, what my plans are as far as, like, am I going to have, like, some eggs before I leave? Or am I going to have, like, breakfast in the airport? I feel like the traditional thing to do is to have breakfast in the airport, but also my flight's at 1 p.m. So I could also have lunch in the airport, honestly. Like, that would be perfectly good to have lunch in the airport instead. And then have breakfast at home before I leave. You know? That would probably be the way to do it. I don't know. There's something to me about, like, having some bad McDonald's pancakes or whatever, you know? Some French toast from some weird airport store. I don't drink soap star, so I would just have water in the airports. I don't drink alcohol, or I don't drink soft drinks. I don't drink a lot of things. It's not for any, like, moral thing or anything. Honestly, my thought process with that is just like, a man can only have so many vices, and I think I have plenty of vices already, you know? Between like ice cream and alcohol, I'd rather just, like, eat a lot of ice cream, you know? UK law dictates that you crawl onto the plane. Well, I'm in the US, so, you know, jot that down. Your UK crawling laws do not have no bearing here, no weight, no precedent, Your Honor. Unless it is the policy of the airline in question, in which case you would have to crawl onto the thing, but I'm flying American Airlines, you know, which is sort of like the biggest airline that for, like, the DFW area. I think American Airlines, this is kind of their home base. Or is it Delta whose home base this is? I forget. Whose home base is Delta? I think Delta's maybe Atlanta. Maybe that's their home base. I think American Airlines, Dallas home base. Hey Paul, how's it going? I'm just talking about, I tangented away from anime with talk about where I'm going to eat tomorrow, you know, at the airport. Not on the plane, only refreshments on the plane. Maybe I should buy a sandwich and bring the sandwich on the plane. That's it, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy a sandwich and eat it on the plane. Oh, that's smart. That's really smart. I'm gonna buy something and eat it on the plane. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll see. You know what? I'm gonna play it by ear. I'm gonna see what restaurant looks tasty, and you know, in the probably 2 hours, hour and a half, whatever I have to wait. You know, you always go like 2 hours before the flights. Where am I going? I'm going to Orlando for the weekend. Gonna hang out with my cousin, do like 7 odd theme parks. Already bought tickets and everything. Do I have an allergy? I'm allergic to stuff, like pollen and stuff. Eat that on the plane? That's not how it works. No, I'm not allergic to food, just pollen. and I take allergy pills every day, so... Do allergy pills protect you from, like, food allergies? They don't, right? I don't think they do. Here's another card. I also watched the first episode of Kami-Arabi God Dat App. 3D anime, I will say. I thought that the main characters kind of looked okay, borderline okay, but they forgot to do all the background characters, and the background characters are just like gray placeholders. It's hard to describe, but it looks hideous, and it seems to be a weird like battle royale anime where they're fighting each other. Apparently, Yoko Taro was involved in like the concept or something. I watched a little bit of this and it seems like borderline fine, but also like, yeah, I don't know. 3D anime is always gonna be like a hard sell, and yeah, I don't think this one sold it. Parts of it look okay, parts of it look bad, and it's not just the placeholder characters, it's also just like when mouths are moving. The mouths aren't moving right. They look weird. And, that's not good. Not gonna watch that one. Okay, you know, end of story. At this point, honestly, there's been so many shows this season where I've watched them and been like, this seems fine. I could watch this. And, honestly, I could use more shows that are just like, yeah, this is straight up bad. Pass. Good. Okay. I figured that one out quickly. It wasn't very good. Partially, it's because it's 3D, yes, okay. 3D is a big part of that often. And, you know, when you see a 3D anime, like, 80% of the time, it's very easy to say, like, oh, this looks hideous, I'm not gonna watch this. Done. Okay, perfect. But, sometimes it's more of a judgment call, I guess. Next up is Soup Star. Let's give this one a go. You were just talking about me eating stuff on planes, so I know you're good for it. I know you're here. I'm gonna pull another card. I watched the first episode of the Yuzuki family's 4 Sons, which seems like a very nice and pleasant slice of life anime with one huge issue, which I will talk about in a second, but it's sort of tangential to the idea. The basic idea is that the Yuzuki family was sort of like orphaned. Their parents died, and now it's just like these 4 sons who are like different ages. One of them is like, you know, 23, and he's working as a teacher and taking care of the other ones who are like range from being like high school age to like elementary school age or like junior high age. And 2 of them are like really close in age, but one is like 11 months difference. You know, they're in the same grade, but one is like a lot taller than the other and also like 11 months older, which makes for interesting dynamics. You understand where each of these characters come from. Like, you know, one of them is like the third youngest is like has like issues with how, you know, his older brother is only 11 months older than he is, but is treated as much more of an adult because he's a lot more mature. You know, the little kid seems like the youngest of them seems like mature for his age, but also, you know, he is definitely a little kid. And the oldest one is like struggling with supporting all 4 of them. It's a really cool like setup, and it seems like nice and cozy and wholesome, and has like understandable characters. Now you might ask what the problem is, and it's a really bad one actually. The problem has to do with Crunchyroll. The subtitles for this anime are complete dog shits. People are basically, and they like go beyond like, I'll say they are the worst subtitles I've ever seen on an anime. At least on an official anime site and not some sort of weird pirated, you know, fan translation thing, you know? Where basically it almost appears as though it has been machine translated. And, you know, tenses are wrong. There's, like, weird grammatical issues everywhere. There's places where, like, the text gets doubled up, you know, as if 2 people are talking, but only 1 person is talking. So it really just makes no sense whatsoever. like why there would be like two lines of the same text on the screen. It's distracting when you have to be like, when you have to like just like look askew at like what they're saying and go like, okay, but what are they really saying? I know this thing on screen says okay, but is it actually more like whatever or something, you know? Is that okay the actual translation that we would go with, or would it be like, right, okay? There's like no punctuation on like half the lines, and you know, every line starts with a capital, whether or not it's the last, whether or not it's like a complete sentence or not. It's bizarre. Like, and I just hope that they can fix these subtitles, that they can like, you know, from here on out, not do this shit again. I am worried that with this show, I will have to find an alternative source of like, an alternative to Crunchyroll. You like McDonald's? I'm not a big McDonald's person. I'll say local life. Anyway, it seems good. I might have to find a different subtitle source than Crunchyroll. The thing I hear about this when this happens is that it's often not Crunchyroll's fault, but instead, this publisher might be providing subtitles that, you know, they think are good, you know, because they don't know any better. And, you know, Crunchyroll would actually love to replace it with good subtitles if they were to choose. Do you like Wendy's better than McDonald's? Yes, I absolutely prefer Wendy's 100%. Though, between Wendy's and Whataburger, I like Whataburger more. And, Five Guys, top of the stack, though, of course. Five Guys is, like, a lot more pricey. I usually don't do... Also, Five Guys is a little farther away from me right now, so I don't go there as much these days. I can't do McDonald's. I don't know what it is about it, but I just... I would prefer to eat nothing than eat at McDonald's, I'll say that. Though their breakfast menu is good. I would definitely have, like, you know, the pancakes that you get from them. I would have their pancakes for breakfast. Maybe tomorrow, I don't know. Or I could have eggs at home. You know, I could have both. I could have some eggs at home, and then like some bagels or something at the place. That is definitely an option. And then some sort of sandwich on the plane. I'm planning things out too much. I'll say about that anime. Final thought about that anime, really hoping that they sort it out. I don't have high hopes. Apparently, I've heard people say that when a publisher has this sort of subtitle situation, they want what they want, even if it's not good at all. And you just have to deal with it if you're going to watch that show, which I think I might. I'll say I might get like fan subs, you know. And obviously I have a Crunchyroll subscription, so it's cool. You know, don't worry about it, Crunchyroll. I would use your thing if I could. I almost feel like saying a moratorium on food stuff. It's just making me hungrier. Just making me hungrier here. I need to jam it because those bombs are gonna go off. I'm hungry for Whataburger. I want a Whataburger so badly. I got like one anime left to talk about. You know what? I'm gonna pull it right here. We're on our last try, but whatever. I watched the first episode of Under Ninja. Has an hideous 3D intro where like a bunch of American soldiers are running around in 3D. But fortunately after that it was like all animation, so maybe that was just for the opening scene, question mark. If it isn't, that sucks, and I'll probably not watch anymore, but show seems alright. Apparently it's about like ninjas in modern times. They're kind of like seedy and weird, but sort of like pouchy, I would say. They're sort of like pouchy weird dudes, and You know, the plot of the first episode is a lot of weird flashbacks, sort of like setting up the main character, and he seems like sort of a weird dude who steals beer from his neighbor, and like has an odd relationship with like a nearby drunk who lives like, you know, next door or something. It's a little bit seedy in a way that is weird, but not necessarily like super horny. You know, more like just... It like deals with like random sexual elements, but not in a way that would get you hard. You know, not in a way that would get you off. More like, yeah, there's some bras, and sort of like, yeah, this just sort of feels like a dirty place that he lives in, and a dirty person, you know. Not necessarily no one's excited for this. It's like weirdly mild and also super, super weird. It's not bad. 3D stuff at the start aside, it's not bad. I don't know, though. I'll give it another episode, I'll say. And that is the last anime that I have to talk about today. Last new anime. That was what, like 9? It was like 8 of them, including like ones that were returning. Like 8 or so, something like that. No more about that, okay. Okay, shit. Let's talk about something else then. Hell yeah, I could talk about Orlando more. I got more cards though. Local Life is here. Let me do another card. Did you hear about X, also known as Twitter, formerly known as Twitter, dropping headlines for some reason? That was the latest events, you know, latest news of the world, I guess. I thought about not putting this one in there because I feel like I've talked way more about X and its various, like, bed shittings as, you know, you really need to. I still poke in there from time to time, you know, even though I have Blue Sky now, and I am, you know, trying to look at Blue Sky at any time where I would previously look at Twitter, but, you know, I still look at it from time to time. This looks pretty doable to do in 5 lives, I will say. The clear rate was 30%. Let's do it. What if it has a checkpoint? I don't think we've seen a checkpoint this whole lightning round. I'm not sure, though. A lightning round without a checkpoint. That would be a bizarre thing, I will say. Just imagine. Good night, Soapstar. You have a good one. You're in the UK. I understand. It's very late. I'm a night person too, so I understand. Hey, that's the first checkpoint of the night, I think. Fucking 3 hours in. Is that the first checkpoint? That can't be the first checkpoint we've seen, period. But maybe during the lightning round. They've been shockingly rare tonight. And I don't think a single checkpoint has refreshed any lives. That was very nice and easy. Thank you, Local Life. Ooh, that was nice as a change of pace. Anyway, that X story. People were doing goofy stuff like, you know, tweeting something misleading and then like, you know, linking a story. And since the headline no longer appears, it just looks like the Fortune 500, like, or Fortune is just saying, like, whatever it is you're saying, like, you know, Elon Musk shits the bed or something. You know, I know he's literally, metaphorically doing that, but, you know, you could make it look like he's literally shitting the bed. That could be an article that you could put down. Like, Elon Musk literally shits the bed, and then just link to anything, and it'll be, like, close enough, you know? And it might be true, anyway. He's figuratively shitting the bed. Anyway, I bet that'll be reversed before too long. Apparently what some sites have done is they've just, like, undone the part where there's a picture, and now their articles are coming through with just the headline, no picture. Which, I guess, I didn't know it worked that way, but whatever. Oh, sorry, let me hit the button. There you go, Local Life. Cleared. Was a little slow on that. I wasn't thinking. Wolfie Gamer. Just a couple more cards here. I'm going to pull the next one. Been playing Marvel Snap. Just got Elsa Bloodstone. I will say there's the new season and all, and new card basically built around like Elsa Bloodstone is a 2-drop where when you fill any lane while she's on the board, she gives the card that fills that lane. If you play a card to fill a lane specifically, there's some hidden text with this, like cases where it doesn't apply, etc. But in a lot of cases, if you play a card and that card fills the location, it gains +2 power, so that can be comboed with like, Kitty Pryde and some movement cards to like, get that effect out a bunch, and it seems pretty decent, that card. I don't think it seems like super duper strong, but it's definitely good, I'll say, and I built a deck based around it. Basically just a move deck with some light, Forge, Brood type stuff in it, just so I can fill a location and start getting that effect off as quick as possible. I'll say I don't think this deck is very good, and I want to redesign it and like come up with a better way of having it to work. It really depends on Elsa. Drawing Elsa, and if I don't draw Elsa, I'm fucked. And that's not good. That's not good for a deck. Mostly I've been playing this deck still, my Loki deck, though I modified it since there was some buffs and some nerfs and some changes. Cale became a 3-drop, so I dropped him in favor of Maria Hill, who is now a 1-drop. And I think it's pretty good now. I think it's those changes are actually pretty good for me, all in all. Having a 1-drop that I can combo with Lockjaw, or do like Maria Hill into Lockjaw and then Loki is like my ideal turn 4. So it's all pretty good. And I have Rogue to protect against Mobius. Anyway, Marvel Snap continues to be fun. This season seems like it's a pretty good one. Looking forward to like whatever cards are next week. I think there's some pretty good cards this month that are coming out. Game's good. Still good. Let's play this level. That one I can't, I'm not sure like how many people play Marvel Snap, but I would recommend it. I play it every day. It's my live game right now that I am just like, ah! Come on. Whatever, we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. Watch us be fine. We were fine. Good. Wolfie Gamer, I was scared there for a second due to that unforced error, but I was able to get through. I would recommend trying out Marvel Snap. It's free to play, and also just like, it really ramps you up really good. It's on phones. It's a lovely phone game. It's also on PC, and the PC client is pretty good as well. I'd recommend it as a phone game, though, primarily. I feel like it's best played that way. But here we go. Thank you, Wolfie. Oh, did I ask for Wolfie to confirm? I guess I didn't. Well, whatever. Wolfie, either way, we did it in enough lives where that wouldn't have made a difference either way. Here's another card. Been playing F-Zero 99. They added the new tracks from the Queen Cup. I've been playing those. It's been good, I think, having an extra new amount of tracks. I'll say I don't know that I like these tracks quite as much as the original set. Maybe F-Zero was a game that sort of started strong and sort of and also, like, there's a lot more, like, repeat now, where it's like, okay, well, here's one version of whatchamacallit. Here's one version of Port Town, and here's a completely different version of Port Town that's kind of similar in a lot of ways, has a lot of the same track. And it's like, okay, it's fine, it's good, but I don't know. I guess all these decisions were made for them, like, based in the original F-Zero. All these tracks were like right out of F-Zero, the original, which I found out recently when I went back and actually played it, which was a bit of fun. To actually play it. first one. But, it's fun, you know, that game. It's definitely my go-to, like, just to play a game randomly, you know, right now. Of course, I've also just bought, like, you know, for the plane, one game that's good for podcasts and one game that's not. And I'll say that F-Zero 99, one of the things about it is that obviously I cannot play it on a plane since it's all multiplayer. So that's part of why it was never part of the consideration, part of the conversation for the plane or the airport. But it's fucking great. It's fucking really good. And I'll say I've not really gotten anywhere close to winning one of those yet, but I'm having a good time just like idly plugging away, getting like somewhere between 60th and 40th, generally, you know, broadly in the middle. All right, that was Ida's level. Ida, there's no one after you in the queue. Again, anyone get in any levels? I only have a couple more cards anyway. Follow up on various backlogs. I will say, since, you know, becoming between jobs, you know, since I've been unemployed for a bit, I thought it would be easier to catch up on some of my backlogs, but turns out like I'm still pretty behind on clipping. I haven't found any time to write, you know, make progress on writing a bunch of reviews. I guess to be fair, I have been planning a whole big trip these last few weeks. Hello, Real Zach, how's it doing? I have been planning a trip for a little bit here, and that also is probably a factor in like, you know, making this weird. But I don't know. Okay, cool. We got past the first one. Fuck! God damn it. Thank you for the level. Real Zach and Local Life. And anyone else, please, go ahead, get ones in. Anyway, what was I saying? And there's other backlogs as well, things that are backed up that just, you know, I need to find time for. I guess once I'm done with this trip and it's just, you know, all I have to do is just stream, do job hunt stuff, and, you know, nothing else. No other trips to plan or orchestrate or put together. At that point, I guess I will make a more earnest effort to, like, some progress with, to like, catch up with at least one of these. Once I catch up on, like, game reviews or like for backlogged or like clipping up old streams on Twitch, you know, I feel like it's gonna be a lot easier to just stay at a decent pace and not fall behind, and you know, won't be such of a big deal. Anime, musical stuff, not musical stuff, but you know, like, I like to have, like, anime music on hand, and I need to curate that, and, you know, do metadata type stuff, and, you know, that takes some effort, and some time, you know? Shit. Anyway, I'm still, like, weirdly stressed by, the amount that is still left on my plate of, like, things I have taken on in the last few years, and to which there seems to be no end, but working on it. I have to, like, clip up, like, 2 streams sometime soon before, like, a week from now, before when I get back, so I guess I will figure out how to do that, just based on, like, when they expire off Twitch. So that's an annoying thing. Next up is Local Life. Local Life is here is good. Okay, let's do it. Local Life was here a minute ago. It's good for it. Shout out to supportive folks. I want to give a shout out to some supportive folks, you know, just in general, and also specifically, you know, when I, you know, went between jobs, I did have some folk from both the previous job and also just like you know, I did talk to some folks from like one from my previous job who was like, oh hey, yeah, you know, I'll be a reference if you need it, and you know, I appreciate that. I also talked to some other guys from the previous job who were also, you know, supportive, as well as a guy I know from Discord who, you know, was helping with, helped share like a post of mine I did on LinkedIn to like get the word out there or whatever that I was looking, whatever the fuck, you know. And really appreciate all that, you know, niceness, you know, as well as, of course, the folks here in the chat, the folks here in the chat, like Real Zach does say is supportive, and I believe you. I know you're a supportive folks, supportive fella, supportive whatever. There's an extra one over here. I believe we can do it. Yeah, this'll be no problem at all, Zach. What's the Okay, I'm watching here. Oh, I feel like it's obvious, but it's like, is it like the synchronization of them? No, they all seem to arrive, the mushrooms do, at about the same time. Background. Could be background based. The windows, where are they? Bum, 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 bum. Mushrooms at the bottom. Mushrooms at the bottom. Mushroom at the top. Mushroom at the top. Mushroom at the top. They're all synchronized. You can backseat. You could, but, I feel like it's good to just, you know, try my best. We'll see if we need it. I mean, I'm gonna go up here, and even if I get something wrong, I'll get an answer. You know, I'll see the answer. Oh, this one is slightly ahead. The fire bar is slightly ahead here. We got it. Okay, cool. Anyway, shout out to y'all. Shout out to people I know, both in terms of, like, online people and not online people. I guess, actually, you know, work people are online as well, you know, most of the time. Whether it's people I've met in, like, work contexts or, you know, otherwise, I appreciate kind words, you know, whatever. As well as, of course, the viewers. I appreciate y'all. And, you know, all that. What's the deal here? I don't see anything yet. They're all synchronized. The treadmills are all going the same speed. Oh, background. Maybe background elements. Background elements. There's like a top of this one. There's like a top one of this one. Ooh. Anyway, just wanted to give a general shout out and say such things as I appreciate it. And you know, very cool, and I hope that, you know, I hope that I can get something nailed down soonish, or whatever, you know. I'm fine for a time, you know. I did have a pretty good interview on Tuesday. I'm hoping that turned out nice. I'll find out about that soon. I will say once I get something, I'll be vague, you know. I won't say what it is, but I'll say in the Discord if I get an offer and I'm taking it, you know. If that happens, I'll let you know when it happens. Probably just in the main channel, not as an announcement, you know. Alright, thank you for level complete. Ooh. I'm tired. I feel tired. And hungry. And hot. Real Zach, most recent, please, you got it. This is the last card. I'm looking forward to Universal's next park, Epic Universe, which opens in 2025. Oh, hey, throughout the whole... Just wrapping it back around to Orlando. I'm gonna end this with a talk about, you know, the one park that's not open yet, that I can't go to during this, coming trip. But, you know, I'm really looking forward to. Epic Universe is a new park they're working on now. It was supposed to be opened earlier, but then the pandemic happened, you know? This level is a prototype, very nice. It has, like, 4 areas it's gonna have. Like, it's gonna have Nintendo World, which I'm really looking forward to seeing. With a Donkey Kong ride in particular, which I love Donkey Kong Country, so I am fucking stoked to see, like, you know, I'm fucking stoked to see, like, one of my favorite video games franchises, the first game I ever played, really, at one of my favorite parks chains of all time, you know, that's gonna be wonderful. It's gonna be fantastic. There's also a Harry Potter area, which I'll say is probably, like, the worst, is, like, the silliest part of it. I'm not gonna beat it in 5 tries? Dang, well, we'll try. I think, like, the Harry Potter part of it is, like, the weirdest part of it, just because it's, like, Fantastic Beast themed, and, like, Fantastic Beast was, like, a famous failure. What? Oh. Interesting. That's interesting routing there. Wow. That's, gave me pause there. Fantastic Beasts, and specifically the second movie, really sucked ass and everyone hated it, but I guess they made a decision to make the third Harry Potter area based on that before they knew, you know? I got it? No, I don't. I don't got it. I screwed it up. Hey, still, you can submit it. Hey, you know, hey, we're still open. I'm gonna finish my thoughts on Universal, on Epic Universe, and then we'll close the queue. I will say. And do last call, you know? Next up is Ida. So yeah, other than that, there's like, there's gonna be a, How to Train Your Dragon world, which, sure, that sounds fun, Viking world. Dragons are cool. That area will probably be super fun. There's like a dueling roller coasters in mid-area. I can't wait for that. I don't think I've been on a dueling coaster, actually, come to think of it. I don't think I've been on a dueling coaster since, maybe, I must have been on like the Dragons ride as a kid, but I don't remember it. You know, like if I went to Universal Studios as like a teenager or something. I think I went like once to Islands of Adventure before like 5 years ago where, you know, I started going like a lot, like too much, really. But that'll be cool, a dueling coaster. There's also the Monsters Land, which seems pretty cool. It's like, you know, Universal Monsters themed, sort of like horror-y. Hey, that's how we did it. That's how we should do it. Ignore the indicators and we got through first try. Great. All we had to do is ignore the indicators there. That's fun. What the how did I miss that jump? Anyway, the Monsters Land, Jesus Christ. The Monsters Land has like a has like 2 rides planned. It has like a Kuka dark ride similar to Harry Potter and the Forbidden Journey. Except I think it's like different in some way. It's like it's like a more modern version of that, which sounds pretty damn cool. Looking forward to that. That'll be a hell of a thing. God damn it, we made it to a new place, but no further. No further. And there's also like a Wolfman ride wherein, it's a spinning coaster and it'll have launches. Similar to Time Traveler at Silver Dollar City, except more family-oriented. It's not going to have any inversions, apparently, which I think is a shame. I feel like Epic Universe, the one thing that gives me pause is I feel like, well, kind of seems like all these roller coasters that you have are family attractions, right? Like, the one in the How to Train Your Dragons land, yeah, obviously that's going to be more of a, like, Hagrid's type thing, you know, aimed more at kids. Local Life, say something, and you're good. At Local Life. Obviously, the How to Train Your Dragons is gonna be like aimed at kids. Obviously, or family friendly anyway. Obviously, the Donkey Kong coaster, though it's gonna have like, it's gonna make it look like you're jumping the track, which is gonna be super cool and super like Donkey Kong Country style, you know. It basically has like two tracks. It has a fake track that it looks like you're riding on, and a real track that's actually located a good deal below, such that the fake track can like make it look like you're doing a jump, and it'll be really fucking cool if they can maintain the illusion. I'm really fucking looking forward to that, but it will be a kid's ride, or not a kid's ride, but a family accessible ride. You know, it'll be family friendly. It won't have any inversions. Whereas, like, I would really like to see a ride that had inversions. And I know that the one in there will be like the dueling coasters will have inversions, but I don't know. I feel like there should be a second one. I guess they should make like a Harry Potter. They should use one of their expansion pads to do like a roller coaster for Harry Potter land or something. Does that make sense? I don't know. Like, honestly, I don't know where else they would stick like a new thrill coaster, because Harry Potter should probably be family friendly, right? A Harry Potter coaster should probably be family friendly to some degree. So what franchise would it be? All the other franchises are like fairly family friendly. I would say Wolfman should have been the intense coaster, but apparently they're going for like more accessible there than more thrilling, which, okay, it still should be a lot of fun, to be clear, but I would have rather see some inversions. I guess they're gonna have to make some new areas. Here's what I think. You know what? I'll say this. There's an expansion pad next to the Nintendo Land, right? I think they should do various Nintendo franchises in that land, but specifically space-based ones. They should have an area that's just like, oh, here's like a mashup of Star Fox, Metroid, and F-Zero, and have that be a whole second Nintendo Land in that area. And I know Zelda is on the you know what? Actually, Zelda would be probably pretty good for a slightly more thrilling experience. I feel like Zelda could do like a Velocicoaster type experience, a Velocicoaster type toaster. Come to think of it, but I would rather have Zelda be at Islands of Adventure, and I'd rather Pokemon be at Studios. That would be my distribution of properties. And I would do sci-fi stuff next to Mario. Local Life isn't here? That's right. Well, we'll do it in Sudden Death then. I would have it so that and what I would do is I would do a Ridley coaster. I would do a Ridley coaster. And a Ridley coaster, I bet, would be really fucking intense. I bet a Ridley coaster would fucking knock you the fuck up. And imagine that queue. Imagine that queue. You know, Universal is known for very well-themed queues. Like, there could be like an atmosphere so thick in that queue where you're just like, and the Metroid music would be playing. You know, the music from Metroid. and it would just be kind of spooky in a way, you know? And of course, you'd be like ankle to ass with like 100 other people, so it wouldn't have like the isolation part of Metroid, you know, until you were on the ride. But just imagine like the rock and roll music kicking up when the ride actually started. That'd be so fucking kick-ass, damn. You know? That would be my pick for something to get a ride. I would love a Metroid ride. Lord Bowser rating with a party of 2. How you doing? Lord Bowser, you came at a good time. We're near to wrapping up, but we're not wrapped up yet. After this level, I think I will wrap up. I've been just talking about Epic Universe, the theme park, what's going to open. The third gate of Universal in Orlando that will open up in 2025. Been talking about its various lands and attractions and also a bit of like what I want from it in the future. You know, as far as like more areas go. And I guess like I'll say I think Lord of the Rings would be very cool for the for like the other expansion pad that they have that seems pretty massive. I mean, either Lord of the Rings or like two other themed lands could go in that space. So whichever way they're going, I think it would be cool. Lord of the Rings seems like it could justify a gigantic land. I'll say I'm not a big fan of Lord of the Rings, but you know, I appreciate that it has cool vistas and stuff, and probably some stuff that I think would be fun in a theme park context, even if it's not my jam, even if I don't personally care about it. I bet it would be beautiful, and I bet it would be fun to be at. I'll say that much. It's solid, but it doesn't make a difference. Good. Shout out, Lord Bowser 13. Didn't you used to have an underscore, Lord Bowser? I guess you changed the name, didn't you? I thought there was an underscore. Or am I imagining that? Was that someone else who has an underscore, who had an underscore after their name? And there's the other type of shout out. Let's go. That was on your lost account. Oh. Well, have you had that account for a while? How am I, like, remembering that account? Oh, was I? You know, maybe I was clipping up an old stream or something and I saw that, that name there or something. That's probably it. You had it for years? Gotcha. Well, this one seems better. It doesn't have an underscore. I feel like numbers are better than underscores, personally. If you ask me, personally. Well, I feel like letters are better than numbers. That's why I'm the Master DS and not the Master 7. You know? Actually, you gotta go. See it to you later. Just do the sudden death. Okay, that sounds cool, Zach. You have a good one. I'll see you later. And also, hey, I think I'm done talking about, we just did Local Lives, right? Did we finish it? Let me see here. We did finish it, right? That was Local Lives. I did not hit next, did I? Have a good one. No, that was... Was it Local Life? Let me scroll up real fast in the chat. Let me just make sure I'm not, like, forgetting one. Yeah, that was, let's see now. Local Life. Yep. Okay, cool, perfect. We completed it. And I am going to put us into last calls. So, last calls here. Last calls for levels. Please get them in. Now's the time. I will be having this thing go by, and I will play some of my own levels, and specifically like a set of levels that sort of goes together. Tonight, You know what? We mentioned earlier that Super Mario Maker 1 is going away, is going to close soon. So I think an appropriate thing to play would be this series here. These 4 levels are all remakes from Mario Maker 1. Are all remakes of levels from Mario Maker 1, and I'm also going to throw in on that this one here, Return of the Wayward Spiny, which is a sequel to a level I made in Mario Maker 1, the first good level I ever made. So I'm going to play through these 5, shouldn't take that long, you know, I'm good at them, I know them like the back of my hand, and then we will do every level that is left in queue, and then we will end, and that will be that. Sound good? Everyone happy? Everyone cool? Okay. This was the first... This was one of my earlier levels, actually. I believe this was the 13th that I ever made. And, you know, for being number 13, I think it's pretty damn good, I will say. I will say there were mistakes, like... And I, you know, kind of, by using a clear condition, kind of made the mistakes... Pulled the mistakes right into this game. Basically, the idea here is it's a clear condition level where your goal is to go get a feather and then fly to the end. You're supposed to cheese it, basically. You're supposed to fly. It's beneath the runway. So, the flight is the point, and once you get the feather, you go through one last section, and then you're pretty much out. Now, the reason why this didn't have checkpoints originally was pretty simple. It was because it didn't have... Because checkpoints weren't in existence at that time, when this level first came out in Mario Maker 1. But I could have added a checkpoint later on, but I didn't. I figured it's short enough where clear condition is fine. I think, like, this level, and also another one I did around the start, was definitely, like, important for me to figure out, like, for figuring out that, like, actually people don't like clear conditions if the level is longer than, like, 30 seconds. 40 seconds, maybe, actually. But still, it's fun. I will say one other change. I made the feather in the mid-area right before you actually have to fly, a refreshing one, so it comes out of a pipe rather than a question mark block. That way, people can, you know, if they fuck up, they can give it another try, basically. Second one I have here was my 25th level. So basically this one was the start of checkpoints. This one was right after checkpoints came into being. I was taking a break at the time, and, you know, when the update happened, I said, oh shit, and made a level. Now, it was also my first water level that I ever made, so I was kind of really proud with the solutions I came to for making that fun, despite being, you know, a water level. One of them was to build around, like, going up and down as much as possible, you know, because swimming up is fast. Though, of course, back then you had to, like, just, like, pipe areas together like this, which you can see I have preserved in this version, rather than, like, having a contiguous upward vertical area, which is much more convenient, let me tell you. I will say there's a small mistake in this remake of this level. I turned this into this fire flower into a parachute, which ends up, if you just hit it, ends up making it so that it lands about where the fireball is from one of these piranha plants, which was not a good change. If it had been where it was before, it would have been perfectly safe to grab, but instead, it's very easy to get hit grabbing that fire flower, which is quite unfortunate. I love this part where you swim between the guys doing circles. That's just really nice. Again, I'll say, you know, you can look at the bottom right corner. We're in last call. If you have a level, get it in now, and we'll do just one more set of levels, you know, from everyone who has one to submit, and that will be that. Hello, Lucille Bits. You came at just the right time. We are in last calls. You can get your level in right now, and I'll play it. This level, if you do the POW thing, which is another way to make swimming faster, that this plays around with, you go through a secret passage, and, you know, get a bunch of coins. What's up, Lucille? Do you have a level for us? Exclamation point, submit. Or not that. That's not how it is. Add. You know my levels? You recognize these? Yes, these are my levels. This is one from Mario Maker 1. I remade like 4 levels from Mario Maker 1. And also I have like a bunch of originals. Oh hell! This is someone recognized my levels just from reputation. Well, actually, I will say I did post them to Reddit a good deal. Maybe you did Reddit level share stuff. If not, and you just know it from just you know, looking online, that is fantastic. Just from the game? Cool. Okay, shit. That is I've had people I recognize from Reddit before, like Barnstormer, and I swear there's been like 1 or 2 others that have come into chat and I've recognized from like, oh yeah, I played a ton of your levels on Reddit over the last like 5 years, you know? But you know, even before I became a streamer specifically. But I've only been streaming for like 2 years, by the way, if you're wondering. Second stream anniversary is like next month. This level is, by the way, based around all these springy stuff, which basically spring enemies around, you know? They hop from one place to another. This was a mechanic I originally did in my fourth? Something like that. One of my first Mario Maker levels, and ended up being the first good mechanic I ever did. And you know, and I would go so far as to say like the first good level I ever did was using this mechanic. You found it using detailed search about a year ago? Damn, nice. I appreciate it. I love that. By the way, have you played the... I'm curious. Let's see. Have you played the newest level? Oh, crap, this is... I'm gonna have to scroll up and back up and down. Let me see. Have you played the newest level, Lucelle? Let me see. I've seen a couple of players on this one. I'm not sure if you're among them. Let's see. Ida, Tomato. Wait, the numbers. Oh, 4 does that up. Yeah. You should try it out. It's a good one. Yeah. I'll say I on this stream I show off like levels in progress as well as like you know, ideas that I'm having as well as just you know, my own levels or whatever. You should check them out. There's been some really good ones recently, and I hope that people will enjoy them, you know. I worry a little bit about the difficulty, you know, these are like World 8 levels, so they are a little harder, I think, and I think that is fair, but I don't want them to be too hard that people give up, I guess, you know. Alright, that was Avalanche Lodge, Cabin Fervor HD. Originally, this level was the first level of my Super World in the first game. That's why it's Avalanche Lodge, Cabin Fervor. Avalanche Lodge was the name of the world. Now, the river Kicks, it was actually part of the world called Igneous Park. But that wasn't... Igneous Park, the river Kicks, doesn't quite have the same ring to it. You really like how unique your levels feels? Oh, I appreciate that. Yes, I put a lot of work into them, and I spend a lot of time thinking about them. Honestly, at this point, most of them are taking like a month or more to get together. Part of that is me being busy, having other things to do, streaming, you know, all sorts of things in my life where I can't necessarily make every day or every week, you know, but when they do start to come together, they feel really good. And, you know, if you want, you know, there's YouTube VODs. You can look back and see, like, I usually give a Maker update at the start of every episode, every Friday, every viewer level streams. So you can see, like, you know, me going like, okay, this is trash, but I changed this. Oh, I built the first screen. Oh, and a week later, I built the first half. A week later, it's done. You know, and that is an interesting progression. Let me play the river kicks, and then I'm gonna play one more, and then the queue will close. That's right. This is what I do during last calls, by the way, if you're wondering. Lucelle or anyone else who is less familiar. I play some of my own levels along some sort of theme, which, you know, previously I played through all 7 existing worlds of my Super World, but I ran out of those, so now I'm on to new things. Used to be I just played random stages, but now I really like this theme idea of, like, playing a set of them and, you know, it being more locked in. So this level, the river kicks. The thing is, it's like the river Styx, except, you know, kicks because, you know, boot, shoe, Rebo. You got it. It's a pun. The thing about them is that they feel really gimmicky and paced around, interacting a lot with the environment. Yeah, I work a lot on, like, having multiple ideas in a level. That is something I believe in, bigly. Is that, you know, any really good level has, like, multiple ideas they're playing around with, you know? It really started with, like, back in Mario Maker 1, I did, like, a remake series of, Donkey Kong Country, of, like, the Donkey Kong Country games, and I realized, like, almost all the levels I picked out, in fact, maybe all the levels I picked out, had some big pivot in the second half, you know? They were not just playing with the one idea that's, like, their central idea, but actually multiple ones, and ones got added in midway through, and I really, like, after that, my making, like, went to a whole nother level, you know? After I started, like, okay, every checkpoint is an excuse to introduce something new, to change things up just a bit. Like, in this level, the vine jumps, the jumps where, like, if you have the boots, you need to, like, jump off a piranha plant, and if you don't have a boot, you can use the vines. That's all new in the second half. That is a mechanic that is entirely in the second half. And also plays with other ideas at the same time, you know, interweaves them into a complex whole. And of course, that all means that it's gonna take a lot of time to all come together into something coherent. This here is the last level I'm gonna show off that is like Mario Maker 1 adjacent. This was a sequel to March of the Wayward Spiny, one of my first good levels. That was actually the one that introduced the enemy, the one where I first did enemies on springs that are just, like, coming at you. And this is sort of a sequel. It has bombs. It plays a little bit more with the donut blocks, other than in a way that is, like, just for aesthetics. The first time I used donut blocks just because I needed a semi-solid, and I thought, okay, donut blocks, that's fun. This time I actually used them for gameplay purposes a little bit. You know, making you fall from them. Some. Also, you go outside in this one, which the first bleh, didn't do anything like that. Look at this. That's a fun little 10. That's a fun little 30. Love that one. I'll say, this might be one of my best levels. This might be, like, top tier. Top of top tier. And it was also the last one I made before going over to my super world, you know? It was very important for me. It was number 30th, the 30th level, and, you know, I thought a good stopping point for, like, one-off levels before doing a concerted, like, dealy-do. Also, I'm gonna remember to do something I've never remembered to do when showing off this level before. 1 second. I'm gonna move over here so you can see the secret. Look at this, there's a 50 coin up here in the corner. I think every previous time I've shown that, I've been in that corner so you wouldn't be able to see. You wouldn't be able to see how well of a hidden secret that was. It's a well-hidden secret, I think. Did I forget to hit the switch? I've never done that before. You know. I forgot to hit the switch, sorry. You need to hit the switch. That's sort of the whole point of going to the left. You hit the switch and then you come back. Cool use for the red bullet bills. Yeah, totally. It's just a lovely little thing, and also I just love that sequence. It was inspired, that area in particular was inspired by the parts of Gusty Glade, where there's just a bunch of little platforms with little enemies on it. And you sort of have to jump between all those little platforms. And, I love that in Gusty Glade. Or is it Gusty Glade or is it the other one? Is that, no, it is Gusty Glade. I'm pretty sure it's Gusty Glade I'm thinking about. DKC2 Gusty Glade. And I just love that portion, so I definitely had to, like, slip that into this level, you know, being the last and of big importance, you know? Finally, there's this one last bit where you're, like, having to weave through these final guys. I love how the outside is snow-themed. Yeah, it's great. It's a great contrast, and also I like the idea that this castle is just, you know, up in the mountains. And of course, it's all, like, mountain, like, castle-themed as well out there, right? With, like, you know, blocked and shit. Anyway, that's gonna do it for last calls. Last call. Let me just go ahead and, I'm going to close the queue. And I'm going to, go ahead and get the next person up. Next person is the real Zach. The real Zach told us earlier to just do it in sudden death, as they already left. By the way, if you're wondering, Lucelle or anyone else who just is joining, the way that I do things around here is that if you're here during the lightning round, I get 5 tries to do the level, and if you're not here, consequently, if you're here, I get 5 tries to do the level, refreshing at checkpoints, and 7 for subs. If you're not here, I still do the level, but I do it in sudden death, where I only have 2 tries. Before the lightning round, outside the lightning round, you would have 15 minutes if you were here, but the sudden death is the same in any case. This is my compromise between, you know, playing more levels, which is fun, and prioritizing the people who are present, you know? That makes sense. I think it's a great system. I love it. Alright, have we done the Super World? Let's, this might be a re-uploaded Super World, so I'm not sure if, you know, this will be a new level, but let's do it. Fuck it. Super Worlds are fun. Like Super World. That's a cool system for stream and viewer levels. Yeah, and I'll say it keeps the pacing going. It makes it really fast-paced, I will say, you know? Like, when the lightning round hits, we will move through levels. And I'll say I've never ended a viewer level stream without clearing every level that's in the queue, even with people, like, getting in as many as they can. I hope y'all, you know, appreciate and enjoy the show what I do, you know? I'll say that was true even before I came up with sudden death, which and the lightning round, which was that was true even before I did sudden death, but you know, I only did I think I came up with the lightning round like January of this first year I've streamed. So like or you know, I started streaming like November of 2021. And it came around like January, I think. Maybe a little later than that. Maybe February. I can't remember, but you know, not that long. Thank you for a level where we weren't able to do it, such as sudden death, you know. This level doesn't seem that hard, but whoopsie daisy. I bet the clear rate is pretty high. Let's do next here. Next up is Ida. Ida is, said GG to the last one. Probably still here. And just did an emote. Fantastic. Is that, what is that? Let me see. Yes, that is Bulborb. Yeah. I realized recently I can hover my mouse over, and it'll make a big version of that emote in OBS on the viewer thing, so I guess I don't have an excuse for, like, not being able to identify an emote, even though I'm, like, 6 feet away from the preview monitor, and the emotes are pretty small compared to the text, I will say. But I can make them bigger at a moment's notice. I wish I could just make them bigger in general. Not important. Anyway. Whoa, I'm tired. Been going a little over 4 hours. Okay, that's about what I expected. I'm gonna go to Whataburger after this and get a burger. And, you know, tomorrow I'll be off to, I'll be off to Orlando. Been talking about that a bit tonight, if you're wondering. And by the way, I'll say of the lightning round, even if a level cannot be completed during the lightning round, don't take it as wasted. You know, it can come up again. You can resubmit it tonight or another night, whenever you like. Well, you can't resubmit it now, but you can resubmit it whenever the queue is open, and you're, you know, you're good for it. And whatever, you know. You can't submit it if you already have something in queue. That's the only, like, conditional there. Checkpoint refreshes our lives. I think that's the first time a checkpoint has refreshed our lives this whole stream. We've just been mostly doing a thing. 4 hours is crazy, yet you're still being pretty eloquent. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've gone longer before. I've gone a lot longer. And I think I tend to be pretty eloquent throughout. That was the second one, right? I guess I have lost track a little bit of lives a bit, so, you know, I guess there are some effects. I will say I'm very hungry, a little bit sweaty, and a mite bit tired. Ooh, that was a really cool use of, What? Oh my god. What was that final jump? I'll tell you what it was. It was doable. We can do this. Yeah, damn close. This is... We played this level a few previous times today after doing the level previous to finally finishing it. You know, I'll say, if we can't finish it tonight, we'll finish it another night. Ida typically comes around and, you know, has levels for us. Bah! That was the last one. That's why I refreshed them. I'm jumping the gun here. Thank you for the level. I think we can do it next time. We're so close. Especially, hell, next time if you do it outside the lightning round, no question, we can do it. Absolutely. Absolutely, Ida. I think... Oh, what the fuck was I gonna say? I just lost my train of thought so fucking hard. What was I fucking gonna say? I had some thoughts, hold right, by the way. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, I was thinking just, like, hop from the first one to the third one. You know, maybe that would be easier than going 1, 2, 3. But apparently also, we can just hold right and, you know, don't... And that'll work as well. That's actually sounds easy now that you put it that way. Next up is... Hey, Trebucket, how's it going? I'm, going to Orlando tomorrow. That's how it's going, if you're wondering. Big trip, gonna be fun. Talked about it a bunch already. Not gonna go into all the details. I guess you could watch the VOD. It'll go up, 24 hours on YouTube. Or, you know, you can watch it anytime on Twitch, but, you know, I'd like to funnel those views over to the, you know, the YouTube where I can. You know, there are descriptions and timestamps over there. You know, it's a good experience. And a thumbnail that'll be nice. I don't know what it'll be. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out when I'm done with this stream, which will be quite soon. Lord Bowser is here. Just did emote. Fantastic. That's Peach. I recognize Peach. This, your 8-2. Is this new? You played the 8-3, the 8-1 earlier tonight, right? Before you, had to do your own stream and then raid it in. Correct? Hope you enjoy O-Town. I hope so as well. I mean, I've been there plenty of times. This is the first time I've stayed with, instead of doing like a hotel or something at Universal, that I've stayed with, family. I'm staying with my cousin, which, you know, will save some on hotel and stuff, I guess. But, you know, more importantly, will let us be more flexible about which parks we go to. We're gonna go to all of them, pretty much. Well, the major 3 changed, anyway. You know. Left before we got to 8-1. Dang, so we'll get 8-1 next week, I suppose, then, yeah? Knowing you, that'll be how we do. Yep. Very good, very good. I am fucking ready for my burger. I always get the same burger when I go to Whataburger. I get a triple with cheese, no pickles, some ketchup. And I might get some fries or some like onion rings with it. I don't know. I don't love onion rings, I'll say, but I feel like they're good eating for like sating an appetite in between, you know, the drive-thru and getting home. And I usually have them finished by the time I'm like getting back. Yeah, that was very nice, Lord Bowser. Good work. Let me hit complete and then hit next. Lucelle Bits is right here. Onion rings are a top tier for me. Maybe it depends on where... I'll say I don't feel that much, and I don't feel like they taste that good when I have them. But also I feel like whenever I feel like I'd rather have them in fries half the time when I'm at Whataburger. So, you know, I guess something about them must be working. They must be giving me some sort of craving. You know, I wouldn't just buy them just because, you know, I want something different than a Whataburger. Than fries, you know. I'll say fries are not Whataburger's strong point, you know. They're just... The fries are alright, but, you know, they're no Five Guys. And I think I prefer Wendy's over Whataburger's fries, but I prefer Whataburger's burgers over Wendy's fries, so works out. Whataburger is like a... Ah! Those guys just came out at me. I wasn't expecting that. Wasn't expecting that. This is cool, hey. I was saying earlier it'd be cool to see a level with some tornado stuff, and hey, here's a level with some tornado stuff. I haven't used tornadoes, personally, since like the first level of my Super World, so... Or like the 4th level of my Super World. I wouldn't mind getting tornadoes in another level at some point, but there's only 2 of them left to go, so... I have no idea where it's gonna fit. If it's gonna fit. Maybe tornadoes would be fun for like the dark level, the one that's coming up, you know. I'll say what my fuck you. I'll say oh. Thank you for the follow, 19EQ49. Thank you. Cool checkpoint. I love these constructions, by the way. Holy shit, they're cool. I love those fuckers. Wow. That's a cool thing. I mean, you could have also used a pokey, but, you know, a big enemy stack is often just, you know... Enemy stacks are underutilized, I'll say that. I'll say even I have a tendency to underuse them, you know? Even though I have, like, a number of levels that do, I feel like I could have more. This is some great use of you know, of the tornado. It's really giving me some ideas for my own level coming up, you know. Honestly, I don't know if the next level will have tornadoes, but that's an idea. We'll see how it works, you know. I could see tornadoes also being in the dark level. Tornadoes in a dark level. That sounds interesting, actually. Like, what, you jump into a tornado and it, like, sends you up into a direction you can't see? That sounds good! Shit! That sounds like a good idea to me. You know what? I'm gonna jot that down for, I'm gonna jot that down, because that's actually fantastic. I will say, though, if that fucks up, I will end up with only 1 instance of tornadoes in my Super World, which is honestly fine, you know? I only want to... One thing I believe in with a Super World, right, is that I want to have, like, a well-rounded Super World. I want to have a little bit of everything. Hey, 18 Kiku. The queue is closed, but since you are a new viewer, I do like to open the queue for new viewers, so let me go ahead and let you get one in. You're Japanese? Oh shit, I love I love Japan. I've been there a couple of years ago. I had a great 2-week vacation there. How you doing? I talked a bunch about anime earlier. Been watching a lot of anime. I watch a lot of anime in general. I don't think you see a lot of Japanese folks on Twitch. I feel like for like Japanese streaming, isn't it more like YouTube? It's like more the thing over there. I think that's more the thing because, you know, I see like a lot of the VTubers I know of that are like Japanese are like you know, YouTube based, not Twitch based. Whereas like I would say in here in, you know, America, I feel like most people are like Twitch first as far as streamers go. Live streamers specifically of video games. And then like after that it you know, varies. If you want, please get in one level, and then I'll close it after you, and then it'll be good. Get it in now so I can close it up, and you know, I do want to make, and you know, other folks, you know, honor system here. The only Japanese stream you see on Twitch is from Keiichi, Super Mario Maker 2 Kaizo guy, and also Speedrunner. Gotcha. Yay, demo, thank you for getting one in. I'll say, like, I'm opening it mostly just for 19 Iku, but, you know, hey, whatever. What is this? What is this? What is this? Oh, haha, this is nice. I like what you did here. Oh, wow, this is a nice little challenge. The platform is moving slightly erratically, and, you have to avoid the guy. Ooh, that's beautiful. I fucked it up. I'll say that, but, you know, we'll get it next time. Thank you, 19 Iku. I'm gonna go ahead and close it. Fantastic. I will say, by the way, for new viewers, for the benefit of new viewers, let me say, just in case, you know, I'll say this at the end as well, but let me say, this is an unusual night for a stream. Usually I'd stream on viewer levels on Fridays. However, since I have a trip tomorrow over the weekend, did this stream on Thursday. Usually, Mario Maker streams are on Fridays around 6 p.m. Central, and you know, which, if for like reference, would be like 4 hours ago. You know, I guess it'd be different depending on like daylight savings. Hard to do the math there for those of you in countries that do not do daylight savings, which is a good thing. You shouldn't do it. It's bad. It's bad. But streams usually around Fridays for viewer levels. Usually do playthroughs on Mondays, but not next week because I'll be out of town. It'll instead be on Thursday. Thursday is usually more of a variety stream. So that's sort of what I do here. I would say viewer levels are my main thing. Certainly the most popular thing that I stream, you know. But I enjoy doing other stuff as well. I don't really want to be like pigeonholed into I don't really want to limit myself to like one thing. You know, streaming just one thing. Do I have a Discord server? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. !Discord gets you the link for that. And you can also, you know, follow. You can follow the Twitch. You can sub if you want to Twitch. That's money, but, you know, I appreciate it. You get all these lovely emotes, I will say. Look at all those lovely emotes there. Thank you for the follow. There's also a, you know, thank you for the follow, by the way, Lucille Bits. You can also subscribe on YouTube, which is the free one on YouTube, where I post the VODs and, you know, put timestamps in them, as well as, you know, thumbnails, and you can comment and stuff if you like. Most people don't comment, it seems. That must just be like how YouTube is these days. People probably have anxiety about commenting. Shit, man, I don't comment, so I guess it's not that weird to realize, like, oh shit, no one comments. Not just me. No one does. Oh, at the very least, it's very rare, you know. That's great. I hope you enjoy the Discord, and, you know, it's stuff there. It has, opt-in notifications, so if you want notifications for just Mario Maker, you can get that. If you want it for all streams or like some other type of stream, like, you know, watch parties, collaborations. You can also get alerts for the YouTube, like when I put the VODs up, if you want that for some reason. Which, you know, I appreciate those who have opted into that. That's, gratifying to me to know that, you're interested in that. You know, it makes me feel good. As do likes and such on the YouTube, let me say. Every like I see on the YouTube, that's just a little happiness thing, you know? You haven't found one based around traditional levels? Well, I love traditional levels, as you could probably tell from my Maker outputs. That's sort of my main thing, so hell yeah. And I'll say, like, most people who submit, like, a lot of people who submit are more into the traditional stuff, more into the traditional fare, so you've found a good place for it. Good place for it. That was great. That was really nice. Challenging in a good way, traditional, that ruled. I love that. Great work. I'm gonna hit complete, which, hey, check this out. When you hit complete, look at that fancy cleared thing. Have you seen that? I'll say that only got in there like a month ago, or a month or two ago, so it's pretty new having that cleared thing come up. But I love putting together dumb things like that, you know? Putting together some shit. Some switch for the stream. Like the lightning round, like the tracker, the maker code thing down there, like the viewer level now playing thing down there. You know, one of my favorite things about streaming is that you have a dumb idea, and then you spend like an hour or two, and all of a sudden, the structure of a stream is changed forever, you know? Yeah, it's fun and good and improved. And I'll say I'm not really done with, like... By the way, Mootank is here. Thank you for being here. Very good. I'll say, like, I'm not sure, like, I'm done with, like, changing up the formula, you know? Like, I'll say, for the anniversary stream, I'm going to have some sub-goals for that, and some of the things in there are going to be, like, things that are going to give... One thing that's going to give bonus heads for all. Another thing that I have been thinking about, maybe, as another sub, incentive, which would be... For subs, how about this? Here's what I was thinking. For subs, and also for everyone, if we, during that stream, if we hit some arbitrary goal, you know, it'll be an anniversary stream. We gotta have a good sub goal with some good sub goals in there, right? By the way, if you're wondering what my plans are for the anniversary stream, I'm gonna play through all of Banjo-Kazooie, which I've never done in one sitting before, even if, like, my time has been under 6 hours for a while. Usually I've played it in multiple sessions. I'm gonna play through it all in one session, and then I'm gonna do viewer levels, and then we'll do, like, sub-goals on top of that to add, another segment or two, and maybe some, like, extra perks, like everyone getting bonus heads, for instance, which come in other forms, by the way, and are pretty cool. Look at these bonus heads. They're nice. They're fun. Bonus heads are fun to have when possible. And the other idea that I have is that maybe for subs, what if every time I completed a level, I could start another level, but I only get one try of that level, one life in that level. I have to complete the previous level, and then I get one more. And that would be maybe like another sub incentive for, in addition to the bonus heads. I feel like a second sub incentive would be a good idea, but I'd like to test it out. I'd like to try it out maybe during that anniversary stream. And, you know, if we hit it, that'd be cool. I'll say the other goals that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking about 5 incremental goals for that, including those two, you know, to have, like, bonus heads for all at, like, 10 subs. I forget what the order of them, but one of them will be bonus heads for all, one of them will be, like, extra level after completion for all with, like, do or die on. You know, one try, that's it. The other idea that I have is, to add 30 minutes of WarioWare but like one micro game, and chat gets to decide. Chat gets to decide what micro game I play for 30 minutes. So I'll just like have everyone who's like a subscriber or something like nominate some stuff, and then I'll put a poll up, and then y'all will vote on it. And hopefully I'll say, like, if we get enough subs to unlock that, I would have to imagine there will be enough like people watching to do a poll, and I think that would be good. You know, y'all could pick out something that's really horrible or something that's really nice for me. You know, one where I'm just like mashing A for 30 minutes. Like, imagine you have some really fucked up potential there to do some stuff if that incentive were to get hit. The other one I was thinking was like 30 minutes of like Ring Fit, which I think that game is very well made. I will say I'm not like the biggest fan of it just because I find it very strenuous, you know. But I think that'd be a fun incentive for like 20 subs. I think that'll be at the 20 sub level. That'll be like a high-end thing. And at 25, I'm gonna say follow-up stream, Oops All Beaver Bother, DK64 randomizer. I have to get 40 bananas, and every banana will require me to do Beaver Bother, which is an infamously bad minigame that everyone hates, and is sure to be a miserable time, and that's what I'm gonna put at 25 subs. I'll probably keep putting that at 20, like the high ticket like sub goal until such time as it gets hit. I also have plans for Extra Life this year. I don't know when that'll be. The anniversary is November 3rd, by the way. Expect that stream November 3rd. Probably an all-day stream, I will say. November 3rd is a Friday, but, you know, I'm still between jobs, so I have all the time in the world to do an all-day stream on, you know, the anniversary. For Extra Life, my plan is this year is to play through 50 turns of every Mario Party I can think of. Oh, cool. I think I'm getting this. We get to choose a boss here. That's pretty neat. Let's do this one now. We'll just do a different boss every time then. Or a different mini-boss? The level was different from this point, huh? That one was like 10 times easier than the first one. Well, I guess the first one we didn't die, but, you know, we had to do a lot of tries to get through. Whereas this one was just... there was a little bit of back and forth, you know? Oh shit, it's a red coin hunt. I'll say how this works for red coin hunts, or for like, repeating checkpoints, by the way. Every time we get a repeating checkpoint, we refresh our lives. Oh, there's no repeating checkpoint? Okay. Well, shit. That's that's gonna be a thing. But yeah, so the plan is for Extra Life, 12-hour streams on some point, and I'll do like 50 turns of every Mario Party consecutively. And I'm not sure if that's gonna be like... I would hazard a guess that it's not gonna be doable in one stream. So that'll probably be like 2 Extra Life streams on some nearby dates. And we'll do that and, you know, have it be a whole fun thing. And whatever. And my other plan for that is to make it so that y'all can sponsor a computer player by you know, doing a you know, a donation incentive, whatever, you know. It'll be like 25 bucks to sponsor a computer player. And when you sponsor a computer player, here's what happens. I could have gotten a star. I realized that. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I only realized it after I lost the thing. So, it was kind of a wash by that point. Here's how sponsoring will work. And let me know if this is too much, but here's my idea for sponsoring a computer player. I'll put your name on screen for the duration of that game. And also, that computer player will be raised to hard. So, you know, they'll have more of a shot of winning, basically. Also, by the way, I'll say I haven't really commented on it too much, but I find it interesting that like this is almost has like a has sort of a Mega Man quality to it. In fact, oh, the name is Mega Man. Shit, I'm not observant. I'm not observant. where like each power up is super effective in a different fight. That's clever. That's very clever. It's a good touch, and I didn't realize it, like, you know, diegetically or whatever. That's not. I realized it in a weird way, but you know, realized it nonetheless. The vibes are just on point. Is there a final boss here? Maybe there's a checkpoint and then like another couple more bosses actually. Yeah, okay, shit, that is exactly what it is. And you get your choice of power-ups, which, hey, I'll say, that's how I'm gonna make it so that I feel like you can't go wrong with the Fire Flower. That's the classic, you know? And also, like, the most easily, like, abusable. You know, the whatchamacallit is, this one is hard to do damage with. The big mushroom doesn't really have any special, like, attack, you know? And, the Mario Super Ball is slow. I'll say, by the way, coincidentally, my, one of my levels of my Super World is gonna work like this, actually. The last level is going to give you a choice of all the, 3D World power-ups. And, at least for the second portion. I'm thinking the first portion will only give you a mushroom, and then the second portion, after the checkpoint, will be like, okay, here's every power-up you could have, but that's all, you know? You don't get a refresh mid-level. That's gonna be it. So pick your poison and make it count, you know? Whoops, I didn't mean to hit play again. And, I think that's gonna be a great way to end my Super World, you know? Have a level with that sort of range to it. Thank you for the level, Mutank. That was lovely. I loved it. Jay Dedoc is here. Is present. Fantastic. I'll also say, Luca, I'll say I also do a thing I call cards, where I like pull up a card that has a thing on it that has something I want to talk about, something I want to remember. But I already ran out of those before closing the queue, so you know, you don't get to see any. But I just want to say, in case you watch a VOD or watch some archive or something, and go, what's up with these cards thing? It's the thing I do. I mean, I often explain them at like the start of a stream, because I always know that, like, yeah, I'm like the only one in the world that does it this way, but works for me, and it's a good system, you know, of like structuring a stream around, like, you know, the 7 theme parks I'm going to go to over the weekend. Yes, I will talk about each of those in turn. And then I'm going to talk about the 8 anime I saw since Monday that are brand new. You know? Let's go. 13 seconds. Oh, wow. Okay, this is a troll level. Okay. Well, it's not that trolly. I've seen trollier. If you jump... Whoa, okay. I don't think this is a troll level. This is not that trolly. This is relatively not trolly. Okay, well, the first bullet bill at the very start, that's pretty trolly. Yes. Also the part where if you have the on-off in the wrong position here, you die. That's also pretty trolly. This level may be more hues towards precise than strict troll. Strict troll. Strict troll, that's a weird turn of phrase. Alright, let's go. Let's finish this. We got one try left. Jesus. Oh, slide on this side. We got 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Okay, okay. Oh, well, no, we weren't gonna make it. Maybe we could have made it. But also, I slid on the wrong wall. Thank you for the level. I'll say again, Jadenok. You know, just because I cannot beat a level during the lightning round doesn't mean you can't submit it again, another time, whenever makes sense. You know, like I said, I'll be back next week on Friday for more of these in a week and a day, you know, so keep that in mind. Let me hit next. Get 19 Iku. Iku, you're up. Go ahead and confirm. And this is the last level of the night. Fantastic. This stream, usually they're more in the manner of like 4 hours on Fridays. Well, this isn't a Friday stream, I guess. So, I guess that makes sense, but you know, the viewer level streams usually go about 4 hours. But, went a little long tonight, which is fine. I got a flight in the morning, but you know, I'm mostly packed, like I said at the start. I'm mostly packed, I'm mostly ready to go, I'm pretty prepared. Don't look back. I will not look back. Okay, don't look left. Got it, got it, got it. Iku, said GG like a level ago. I will at 19 Iku, but honestly, it wasn't that long ago, the last level, so I think you might be good. You're good. You're up. There you are. Fantastic. It's good to you know, do it correctly. You know, to just confirm. Just for, you know, fairness sake, you know? What is going on? Oh, right, I forgot! Don't look left! I was so preoccupied with, checking if Iku was here. I forgot. I forgot about that. What is that emote? Oh, that's not an emote. That's the character for no. That's kind of for no. Right, that's, yeah, I know that. I've done Duolingo for a while. I will say you know, I feel like I haven't absorbed that much, and I don't get that much practical use out of it, but, you know, hey, do people use no in Japan for, like, a raised hand? Is that how it works? I've not heard that. Is that, like, a common... I got the checkpoint, good enough! Haha! Refreshes our tries. The checkpoint does. Is that a thing? That's cool if so. I didn't know that. I think I'll just go through the thing. Okay, let's see if we can do. Okay. Okay, so if I need to get as much far away as possible, then run and jump and there we go, perfect. I mean, I could also look right when I'm above the pipe, and that would cause the I'd be able to get onto the pipe then. I would fall onto the pipe. Jesus. I don't think I've ever seen a boss fight in a don't look left level. Oh my god, this is evil. Oh wow. This is evil in a good way, let me be clear. I like this as evil. A level should sometimes be a little bit mischievous and a little bit like, ha, fuck you, check this shit out. You're not ready for this. You know, I got a really evil level, you know, that's not that bad, you know, and in like my auto-scrolling level, that turns upside down at the midway. So it's like full speed auto-scroll, wall upside down. It's beautiful. It makes what is pretty simple platforming, you know, in an auto-scroller way into like a real fucking challenge, and this is sort of the same way, you know. I see this sort of, fuck. this sort of boss fight I see every week, right? I see Koopalings every week, but this makes it fresh. Your levels aren't evil, just Jang. I mean evil in the most complimentary way necessary. You know, impish, you know, what's a good word for it? One try left, folks. Last try. Let's see if we can do it. I don't have a word other than evil that I can think of, sadly. But, you know, devilish. How about devilish? Is devilish better than evil? Is devilish better than evil? Like a little bit impish, like a little bit like, you know, like, hoo-hoo, I'm pulling a fast one on you. Check this shit out. You know, that sort of deal. There we go, folks. Last try, too. Perfect. Also, I did see, Trebucket, you said you finished Pikmin 4. I loved it as well. Happy for you. You did, like, 100%, Trebucket, or do you still have, like, stuff to get? I 100%ed it along the way, so by the time I was finished, I was 100% done. You know, challenges aside, I didn't get, like, all golds or all platinums or whatever. That was sick. That was great. Alright, folks. Let me just, you only 100%ed 2 levels? Gotcha. You got a lot more to go then. That's lovely. I'm gonna hit complete, and that's gonna do it for viewer levels tonight. This has been a slightly longer stream than average, I think, but also, I did have more to talk about with anime and Orlando and other such things. And, you know, there's not gonna be another stream until next Thursday. Actually, yes, that is true. There's not going to be another stream until next Thursday, so I guess the slightly longer stream was just what the doctor ordered. Usually, I stream a playthrough on Mondays, something else on Thursdays. It's sort of my variety night. You know, when I can just do whatever I feel like randomizers, or like random features, or, you know, whatever feels good in the moment. You know, like multiplayer in some cases. Did some F-Zero a few weeks ago. You know, a bunch of F-Zero games. You know, it's just a day where we can do whatever makes sense. Played through all of Kirby and the Amazing Mirror with like 3 other players, like randomly, like with viewers a few weeks ago. You know, that sort of thing. Thursday's usually something random that I think of in the moment and I think would be fun to stream. But because I'm traveling this week, Thursdays is instead the Twilight Princess stream that would have been on Monday. It's instead being moved to Thursday. And next Friday will be viewer levels as it usually is. That'll be on the normal time. Let me go ahead and see who's online, see who we can raid, and then I will send y'all out. I think it's been a lovely night, and I hope y'all have enjoyed watching along and shit. And I appreciate it. I like seeing new folks come by. You know, Thursday. It's not a day I usually do a Mario Maker stream, so I guess it's good to let other people get a chance. You know, other people who aren't, you know, or maybe busy on Fridays or something. I would recommend, you know, I don't usually plug, but I'll say, I do love a follow, I do love a like, I do love a subscribe. I love a YouTube, I like a YouTube subscribe a lot. I love a Twitch subscribe, since that's money. Let me see who's online, seriously. There are some folks online. I'm gonna go with LazyCon. Guy I know from, wait a minute. Is LazyCon still there? So, base and ship building. I don't know what LazyCon's doing, but I think LazyCon also often does like Minecraft, so that's cool. It seems to be some sort of thing where he's drawing something. I don't know what the deal is with that. I'm gonna go with that. Let's go with that, and I'll see y'all next Thursday. Gonna be a while, but I'm gonna have a really busy weekend, and you know, I'll be back on Thursday with like some stuff. I'm gonna pull up the stream where we are rating. Oh, he's currently doing art. Currently doing art. Okay, I don't know what that means, but that's fine. I'm gonna get ready to end the stream. You know, planned wise. All right, folks. I will see y'all next Thursday. It's gonna be a bit, but you know, like I've said this whole stream, special schedule this week, next week as well. But after that will be hopefully business as usual and, you know, fun stuff. I'll see y'all on Thursday of next week at 8 p.m. Central for Twilight Princess. Y'all have a good one. And if you're looking for viewer levels, it'll be on next Friday. Not tomorrow. No stream tomorrow. But next Friday. Bye, folks.